Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jasmine. It's my pleasure to welcome you back to the main stage of the Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2023, co-hosted by Wanxiang Blockchain Labs and HashKey Group, and organized by W3Me. In this session, we'll focus on the topic of the Hitchhiker's Guide to Metaverse, NFT, GameFi and Infrastructure, and we have invited several industry experts to share their insights on the subject. 尊敬的各位嘉宾，我是今天的主持人 Jasmine， 欢迎大家莅临由万趣区块链实验室与 HashKey Group 举办的 W3Me 承办的2023 Hong Kong Web3 Festival 的主会场。那接下来呢，我们这个论坛的主题是元宇宙漫游指南 NFT GameFi 与基础。Ladies and gentlemen, next, please welcome Mr. Chen Xu, Executive Chairman of the Meta Universe Professional Committee of the Global Carbon Neutrality Action Steering Committee, Deputy Director of the Meta Universe Professional Committee of the China Association for the Promotion of International Science and Technology, and founder of MetaZ, a zero-carbon universe think tank. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Chen Xu on stage.
大家好，好開心啊！你翻到香港啊，見到好多老朋友啊！我相信夜晚嘅活動仲多係咪？見啲朋友啊，食啲好嘢啊，飲啲好嘢係咪？我是陳旭啊，MetaZ 智庫的創始人啊，非常歡迎大家今天來到我們元宇宙 NFT 和GameFi 的這個論壇的現場。 希望大家今天能够在接下来的分享和交流当中看到很多精彩的观点也收获很多。今天我给大家带来的开场演讲是关于蛮荒时代之后的元宇宙和 Web3 的趋势。在我们天马行空的想象元宇宙和 Web3 发展的未来的时候，我们现在要看一看我们所处的环境和短期内我们所面临的趋势到底是什么。总结来讲，4个字。 从此战国。对中国历史有了解的朋友一定知道，战国时代是在中国大一统时代和稳定的市场出现之前的一个纷争的时代。在这个时代里面，我们不仅要面临更加激烈的竞争，我们有可能还会面临黑暗的时代。而在这个过程当中，如何把握胜机，就取决于我们看到的趋势。首先， 我们在做一个去中心化的基础设施建设，希望用去中心化的计算机网络给世界带来一个下一代的互联网。但是，我们首先要面临的是一个中心化的共情的政治，而不是一个去中心化的共识的技术的基础。从过去1年当中发生的，在整个加密市场和区块链世界里面发生的事件来说，我们已经看到。 很多和传统的政治相抵触的，和传统的监管环境相违背的，我们的创新的方式已经受到了挑战，而这种挑战才刚刚开始。所以，对于我们的生态来讲，我们要把握的是从现在开始，在政策当中 我们要去选边。每个国家都会出台它特殊的监管政策，也会出台它友好的支持政策。这就好像今天香港我们看到的这个友好的环境一样。但是我们不能再像过去一样游走在一个模糊的地带里面，因为蛮荒时代已经结束，一夜暴富也成为了过去。第二，我们会看到这个整个行业里面，行业的站队会越来越的明显，因为基础设施留给大家的机会已经很少了。我相信现在仍然有很多的创新者在努力的在基础设施上面去进行他们的工作，但是它能够带来像以太坊这样的回报率吗？它能够重建一个比特币吗？我相信这样的机会正在关闭。而同时，我们看到更多的行业战队依赖于大的生态所兴起的应用，会是这个时代的主旋律。第三，体验抱团。在这个过程当中，我们会发现说，从一个优秀的、一个良好的体验，不管是它从钱包出发，还是从 DID 出发，都能够带来另一系列的连锁反应，带来一系列的应用的爆发期。第二，在中心化的共情政治的同时，我们可以看到边缘注意力却是在去中心化的。我们很难再用一个概念、一个说法、一套话术来赢得整个市场的关注。最近我们看到 ChatGPT 的兴起，引起了 AI 和元宇宙和 Web3 之间的讨论。但是我要提醒大家的是，生成 AI 从 GPT 1、2、3发展过来，大规模语义级的 NLP 的自然语义的分析，其实早就具备了非常强大的 AI 能力。而生成 AI 真正解决的问题是，当我们 Web3 去建立一个经济系统的时候，尤其是像元宇宙这样的一个经济生态的时候，它的成本被锁定下来了。也就是说，生成 AI 的能力恰恰是消除了在成本方面的不确定性，而使得我们的经济生态更加的 solid。同时，我们看到它的负面的影响是想象力正在消失。也就是说，不再有什么我们不能确定的和我们不能做的事情在元宇宙里面发生。所以，经济规模的底线和经济规模的天花板都会向我们靠拢。在这个时候，我们的创业者要做一个选择。第三，我们会面临很比较明显的独角兽厌恶的情况，也就是风险偏好不像是在过去的4到5年当中那么的高。我们要面临的不仅是 LP， 不仅是 investor 的审判，我们还要去看到散户投资者和个体投资者，尤其在传统市场进入到 Web3 世界的人们，他们对于风险的偏爱。我们看到加息周期还没有完全结束，虽然已经有很多的投资者在预言下一轮降息什么时候开始，但是我相信这个时间不会很短，因为地缘政治和地区热点、局部战争都没有消除这个风险。所以宏观风险在仍然存在的情况下面，大部分的传统的用户和传统的投资者是不会冒高风险去进入一个市场的。同时，从16年开始的反全球化的周期到现在为止并没有结束，我们后面还会提到这一点。而新的底层已经开始，从硅谷的裁员开始，从 ChatGPT 带来的生成 AI 对就业的急速替代开始，我们看到越来越多的底层效应的出现，而这一部分的用户的思想是不可以被忽略的。所以记住，周期之外仍有周期，我们不能够仅仅看到在我们这个小市场里面，在 Web3、在元宇宙、在区块链加密世界里面的周期、熊市和牛市，我们仍然要看到全球的宏观的熊市和牛市，以及整个资产效应和整个货币效应的影响。所以在这部分，我们要意识到，并不是独角兽就是好的，并不是一个 great idea， 一个非常大的梦想就是会带来很好的回报的效果。从另外一个技术执行层角度来看，我们要注意短供应链的问题。我们在区块链的世界里面很熟悉，长链是最有效的，哪条链越长，它最后便成为这条链的标准。但是在供应链当中，短链是更重要的。过去我们谈供应链的时候，仅仅是针对实体产业，但是因为有了元宇宙的应用场景，有了 NFT 和我们包括 GameFi 在内的一系列的这种应用的爆发，我们会发现，在区块链的世界里面，供应链也是一个非常重要的问题。 全球的政府都在出台他们关于数据主权的政策。那么，在这种数据主权界定下面，新的数据贸易的 WTO 会形成什么样的协议？我们现在仍然没有看到一个确定的结果，甚至还很少有国家在探讨这个问题。从个人角度来看，虽然我们在元宇宙里面，我们在 NFT 的市场里面很容易获得我们的数字产权，我们的 NFT 和 FT， 但是当我们在一个国家的公民和另外一个国家公民进行交易的时候，当我们的一个税务监管框架下面的 user 和另外一个税务监管框架下面 user 进行交易的时候，我们实质上是在进行什么样的交易？这一点我们的界定每个国家也没有提出来。所以在不仅仅针对实体产业的供应链当中，我们发现短的供应链对于数字产业，对于我们的 Web3， 尤其对我们的元宇宙是至关重要的。最后，我希望大家在这众多的趋势当中，关注今天我们会议的主办地，关注中国的香港。因为不管美国人怎么说，我们要确保 Web3 的革命在美国发生，但大家都知道，一个去中心化的下一代互联网，这革命不会在一时一地发生，它一定是在全球各个地方四处开花。但是，数字贸易，刚才我们讲到的数字资产的交易、数据资产的贸易，只能发生在中心地带，它仍然是一个集中化的市场。所以，它必须具备这样几个条件：第一，它必须是可信的供应链的一环，也就是说，它必须得到地缘政治的认可；第二，它必须处在我们刚才所讲到的反全球化的技术民族主义的边缘，它不会受到中心的民族主义的更多的侵害和影响。第三，它必须本来就是一个贸易的中心，就好像是我们的香港。第四，它必须有能力在法律条件下面解决多监管框架下数字资产，而成为一个交易的自由港。这恰恰是香港应该去做的。我很高兴看到香港特区政府能够在之前的虚拟资产宣言当中提到相同业务、相同风险和相同规则的监管框架和原则。而在我看来，这个三个相同还应该加上一点，就是创新的管理。当我们把现在的新形成的数字资产和新型的数字交易纳入到监管框架的时候，我们不仅仅要用三相同的原则，还应该看到它有创新的可能性和不同的执行的效果，这样才能够成就我们的真正的一个 Web3 的香港。好，谢谢大家，希望大家 enjoy 今天下午的所有的分享和讨论，学到更多的东西。谢谢。
谢谢陈旭先生的精彩演讲，谢谢。Thank you, Mr. Chen Xu, for an inspirational speech. And next up, may I invite Mr. Neil Stevenson, author of Snow Crash, to present a keynote for us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Neil Stevenson. Round of applause.
Thanks for inviting me to address the Hong Kong Web3 Festival. In order to get millions or billions of people using the metaverse, we need to create experiences that lots of people enjoy having. This might seem too obvious to even mention, but I sometimes wonder if it's fully understood by some of the players in this space. No one wants to go into the metaverse to have business meetings. Everyone's already sick of meetings, and there are already serviceable technologies for doing that over the internet. I could name a lot of other commercial and industrial metaverse applications that have the same problem. Namely, they might sound like safe, reasonable bets when they're pitched as part of a business plan, but in practice, they're completely uninteresting to a mass audience. Fortunately, there are people who are good in making immersive experiences that millions of people actually enjoy having. By and large, those people are employed in the game industry, or increasingly film and television, which are making use of game engines and the tool chains that feed assets into them. The creators of these experiences work in various roles: texture artists, animators, sound designers, game designers, programmers, etc. These people are good at using extremely sophisticated software such as Blender, Maya, Photoshop, and Houdini to create assets that can be packaged together as games. In order to get those people to make metaverse experiences, it'll be necessary to pay them. So there has to be an economic model that's at least as appealing to them as the one that exists today in the game industry. Now, typically a game is a large collection of such assets intricately linked together in a game engine to make a product, a single IP owned by a single company that can be sold to end users. Of course, different revenue models exist. Some games are free to play, for example, but there's still a company that owns the IP and that can make money from it somehow. Eventually, some of the revenue is used to compensate the people who actually created the game, or to be precise, to compensate the financiers who fronted the money that was used to create it. But I'm not really here to give you a comprehensive description of game industry finance. I'm drawing your attention to the compartmentalization of the IP. Every creator who works on a game project has presumably signed an IP transfer agreement of some sort that gives the game studio the rights that it needs to monetize the finished game and thereby to pay back the investors. In this model, games are shrink-wrapped collections of assets. How might that model translate to the metaverse? Well, the basic idea of the metaverse is that a unified spatial metaphor is used to organize a large number of different experiences. That's the key difference between it and the web. The basic metaphor of the web is that of the link. You can make any word or image into a hyperlink that will take you immediately to a different page. In the metaverse, by contrast, there's one virtual space that follows the rules we all intuitively understand of three-dimensional geometry, and experiences are distributed around that space. In order to transition from one experience to another, you move through that space, and the thing that's moving is your avatar. Now, existing game companies could very easily put their existing games into the metaverse simply by placing the maps, the game levels, at specific locations in that three-dimensional space. So Hogwarts Legacy could be across the street from Call of Duty, and Elden Ring could be down the road, and so on and so forth. In this approach, the streets and other public spaces of the metaverse basically function like shared game lobbies. But as soon as your avatar steps over the threshold into Hogwarts or Call of Duty or whatever, you're fully immersed in that game world, and it's really no different from booting up that game on your PC or your console and playing it in the usual way. So the shrink-wrapped model of game finance and monetization can still work in the metaverse, but placing those games in the metaverse doesn't really add value to those experiences, so it's probably not worth the trouble. In order to make it worth the trouble, in order to make the metaverse valuable, that spatial metaphor needs to add something that's not already present in games as we know them today. And we can see the beginnings of this in games like Fortnite, Roblox, and Minecraft. The phenomenon of modding is also part of this large-scale trend. Games like Hogwarts Legacy, Elden Ring, or Assassin's Creed are artistically coherent. Every detail of the art direction and game design reflects a certain creative vision. But Fortnite and the like are creative mashups. In Fortnite, your team might consist of John Wick, Iron Man, Adonis Johnson, and a blue banana. It makes no sense, but no one cares. It's all part of the fun. And even games that are meant to be creatively coherent can be modded. Valheim, for example, is a beautiful game that has obviously been curated with exquisite care by its creators, but more than 200 mods already exist for Valheim. Some of them make the game better, some of them don't. It's up to the player whether you want to experience the game in its pure form or pick and choose from among the many available mods. This new world of creative mashups and out-of-control modding is much more metaverse-like than the traditional game industry, but it raises the question of how creator economics is going to work. If I'm employed by a game studio and my job is to create a hairstyle for a character in a traditional video game, I know how I'm going to get paid. But if I use the same skill set to create a hairstyle that can be used by someone's avatar in the metaverse, how do I get paid for that? A single avatar could combine hundreds of different assets, textures, animations, behaviors, accessories, and so on. Each of those assets might have been made by a different creator. As the avatar moves around the metaverse, it could interact with other avatars and specific experiences in a number of permutations that might as well be infinite. Of course, we're a long way from getting that level of interoperability to actually work, but Epic Games' recent announcement of UEFN, Unreal Editor for Fortnite, at GDC 3 weeks ago shows that it's beginning to happen now. We need to be thinking about creator economics today. If I've spent my valuable time and skills creating a hairstyle or any other asset that's being used by thousands of avatars distributed around the metaverse in a completely random and unpredictable way, then I should get paid. There's probably a way to do that using fiat currencies and centralized corporate accounting. There's always a way. But to my mind, there's a large overlap between what I've just described and the capabilities of blockchain-based technology. I can't see any engineering reason why all of the millions of microtransactions implied by this should all be routed through the servers and the bank accounts of any one centralized entity, let alone a for-profit entity with an opaque revenue model. That's why I co-founded Lamina One, which is working to build a new Layer 1 blockchain specifically for the purposes I've described. But since this is a Web3 conference, I don't think that I need to give this audience a sales pitch for this basic idea. So I'd like to use the remainder of my time talking about recent trends in this industry and where I think it might go next. The recent trends have obviously been bad. 2022 was a very bad year for crypto, and anyone who was expecting things to get better in 2023 probably had an unpleasant surprise when Silicon Valley Bank failed. The basic problem seems to be volatility. A few weeks ago at DICE in Las Vegas, I gave a keynote on the topic of volatility. Those of you who are interested in this might want to look it up and watch it, but I have enough time remaining now to cover some of the basic ideas. The key point is that premature financialization is the root of all evil. What do I mean by financialization, and how do we know when it's premature? Well, if you look at the history of markets anywhere in the world, they begin thousands of years ago with ordinary people producing everyday items that are useful, such as food, clothing, tools, shelter, and so on. Markets are places where people can exchange those items by bartering. Something like 3,000 years ago, money emerges as a way to facilitate the exchange of goods in markets. Once money exists, additional layers of abstraction are built on that foundation. You see the emergence of money lenders. Once those become sufficiently big and formalized, we call them banks. Currency exchanges come into existence, arbitraging between different currencies used in different markets. Bills of exchange are invented to facilitate the transfer of money across large distances. Joint stock companies are invented. Stock markets emerge from those. The insurance industry, annuities, bonds, the bond market. These are all inventions that emerged during the last 1,000 years or so, depending on which part of the world you're talking about. Almost anything can be financialized. All of these are at risk for occasional crashes. A classic example would be the 2008 crash, which was in part caused by financial products such as synthetic collateralized debt obligations, bets on bets, which were too complicated for anyone to understand and so distant from the actual underlying assets, namely houses, that it was impossible to assess their value. A crash occurs when people lose confidence in financial abstractions and cash out of their positions. Cash is king because you can always exchange it for things like potatoes or gasoline or shoes, things that have some kind of irreducible economic value. Or at least cash is king as long as it's denominated in a stable currency. The ultimate source of value is always tangible, useful objects. The development of these abstract financialized systems is attractive to smart, ambitious people who want to make as much money as possible without doing a lot of work or accepting a lot of risk. It's what economists call rent-seeking behavior, gaming a system to gain more profit without actually doing the things that create new wealth. This term, rent-seeking behavior, only emerged in the economic literature within the last 50 years ago, although once you understand the concept, you can see it throughout history. The classic, often cited example of a financial bubble is the tulip bulb mania in the Netherlands in the mid-1600s. At its height, some tulip bulbs were as valuable as fine houses. Obviously, there's no real circumstance under which that much economic value can really be extracted from a tulip bulb. You can't eat it, you can't wear it, you can't live in it. So the only reason someone would pay that much money for a tulip bulb was in the expectation that someone else might pay even more. That's speculation in its classic form, and it's an example of rent-seeking behavior in the sense that the people who do it are hoping to make money without actually doing anything that creates wealth. How is this relevant to Web3 and the Metaverse? Well, it took thousands of years for abstractions such as collateralized debt obligations to emerge from markets in real goods. When digital currencies began to emerge just within the last 10 years, players in this world very rapidly jumped ahead to create things like currency exchanges, fractional reserve banks, and so on. In my opinion, the volatility that we've seen in the value of cryptocurrencies and the fates of connected financial institutions such as FTX results ultimately from too much energy being directed into financialization and not enough into the creation of wealth. What is wealth in the virtual world? We know what it is in the physical world. It's houses, farms, factories, and so on, things that people have built. What would be the virtual equivalent of that? Well, if we're honest, virtual goods are never going to have the same rock-solid basis for economic value as potatoes or shoes because we don't really need virtual goods to stay alive. You can't eat a hairstyle. But that doesn't mean virtual goods can't have reasonably stable value. We don't need diamonds or wine to stay alive either, but those things tend to retain value over time pretty well because people like them. In order for a virtual good to have value, someone just has to care about it. They need to care enough that they don't immediately try to exchange it for cash at the first moment that its market value looks like it might be going down. The virtual good has to possess some kind of utility and/or intangible value that causes the owner to hesitate before mashing the sell button. In order to make an analogy to the used, I like to make an analogy to the used book market. If you're like me, you probably have a fair number of books in your house. There's a market for used books. So in theory, if you wanted, you could probably exchange every book in your house for cash tomorrow. But no one ever does this. That's because the intangible value that your old, worn-out, dog-eared copy of your favorite novel has for you greatly exceeds the amount of money you could get by selling it. I believe that we saw the first stirrings of that kind of market in the rise of NFTs during the last couple of years. What makes these things valuable is right there in the name, non-fungible. A fungible token is exactly the same as any other. A non-fungible one is unique, and typically what makes it unique is that it's a work of art, and lots of people are willing to buy and hold art because of its intangible value. A Picasso is worth much more than the canvas and the paint that were used to create it. Premature financialization has had a negative impact on this market, however. Recently, some of the exchanges where NFTs are bought and sold have made the decision to stop paying artists royalties on secondary sales. There's a business reason for making that decision, of course, but it removes much of the incentive for creators to put their valuable talents to work making new assets, creating wealth, as opposed to mere rent-seeking. We know that virtual goods can have stable, enduring value even when they are being bought and sold. For many years, games like World of Warcraft and EVE Online supported market mechanisms. Warcraft Gold has been exchangeable for hard currency for a long time. It's famously more stable than some national fiat currencies. There are some people, gold miners and so on, who interact with Warcraft primarily as a financial play, but most people play Warcraft for the joy of it and for the experiences they have with their friends. They're not particularly eager to liquidate their inventories of virtual goods because the magic swords or whatever in those inventories have utility as well as intangible qualities, the memories associated with them, pride in achievement, aesthetic value, story. So these virtual goods markets are stable because the games are fun and the people who play those games trust the makers to continue delivering the intangible characteristics that make them fun. This produces a virtuous circle that has the potential to make in-game and in-metaverse economies as stable as real-world markets for things like used books. The fundamental paradox that we all have to wrap our heads around is that the harder you try to build such a system to deliver financial rewards, the more certain you are to fail. As Rebecca Barkin, the CEO of Lamina One, put it, you can't architect a compelling experience backward from a desired financial outcome. Games are art, and that art has value, not only for its own sake, but measurable economic value as well. In order to create a metaverse that will attract a large audience and become an important part of our cultural and economic life, we need to fill it with virtual goods that have intangible value to the people who own and hold them. Part of that intangible value lies in uniqueness, non-fungibility. We get that by tracking the history, the provenance of each object individually. To go back to the book analogy, many identical copies of a book may have rolled out of the bindery, but your copy is unique because you have a history with it. Keeping track of that provenance is something that blockchains are good at. Another part of that intangible value lies in the aesthetic qualities, the beauty and the elegance of a particular item and how well it fits into a creatively coherent universe. We get that by making it economically worthwhile for creators to spend their valuable time and energy making such things. Establishing a system for paying creators isn't, therefore, merely a nice thing to do. Functioning markets are the basis for all economic development, which is why great cities have always tried to foster markets. Or to put it another way, cities develop around markets because that's where wealth is created. The metaverse will develop around solid markets for virtual goods. Thanks for listening to my talk.
Thank you, Mr. Neil Stephenson, for your keynote speech. Moving on, may I invite Chess, CEO of Hogwarts Labs, CEO and co-founder of QuestN, to deliver a keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Chess for your keynote speech. Round of applause, please.
喂，Hello， 那个各位大家好，我叫 Chess， 我们的公司叫 Hogwarts Labs， 然后我们现在的这个主要的产品叫 QuestN， 然后今天我给大家简单分享一下我们的一些思考吧，关于 Web3 的这个 DApp Layer 和 App Chain。就其实大家都在问，就是 Web3 什么时候到来？这个什么时候成为主流？什么时候 Mass Adoption， 对吧？但 Mass Adoption 一定不是靠的是技术设施，而靠的是一个又一个的 App， 对吧？我们所有人进入移动互联网的第一天，全部都是因为微信、因为 TikTok、因为各种各样的 App 方便我们的生活，所以大家开始买智能手机、买电脑，开始下载各种各样的应用。所以现状其实是说，整个基础设施远远多于应用，应用非常非常少，然后尤其好的应用、体验更好的应用、能真正解决问题的应用其实很少。那我们有一些判断，我们认为到2025年一定会有若干个超过100万 DAU 的产品出现。比如说上一代可能 Stephen 最巅峰的时候可能大概40到50万的 DAU， 我们认为下一波肯定会出现，当然我们应该会是其中之一。 然后过去其实我们想讲的是 blockchain 的底层是账本，是 ledger。那么过去的账本其实第一个飞轮是资产的账本，就过去2年 DeFi NFT 的爆发，本质是每一个账本在记录着 transaction， 我给谁转了币，我买了什么 token， 我什么时候买了什么 NFT， 它其实是关于资产的记录。我们认为下一波最大的一个飞轮在于数据的账本，就好像今天我们所有 Web2 的产品，所有的数据都存在一个又一个的中心化的服务器里，下一波所有的数据都会存在链上，而这些链上的数据的数量级会远远超过账本的数量级，所以我们认为过去是基础设施的爆发 ，DeFi 各种各样的 infra， 然后让大家有了更便利、更容易做的应用的可能性。下一波就是数据的爆发，会有越来越多的应用产生更大量的数据，在账本上记录了越来越多的数据。对，然后所以能 onboarding Web2 的用户才是关键，因为我们整个 Web3 的人口来讲非常非常有限。对，我们就好像过去为什么是中美的互联网最发达，因为中国和美国有大量的人口，更多的从业者啊，铸造了一个更丰富的生态和繁荣的状况。对。所以其实从一个简单的逻辑来讲，我们认为在应用层的飞轮其实是数据账本的爆发。那大概可以分为3个环节。第一个环节就是供给侧的改革，它包括人和基础的设施。第2个环节就是场景的创新，它包括用户的基础的需求。第3个环节就是 App Chain 的演进，就是它最终这些数据沉淀在哪里，会产生什么样的效果。对。所以从供给侧的改革来讲，就我们知道，任何一个双边平台，任何一次历代的革命、革新，每一个范式的转移，都是因为有大量的优秀的人进来，有大量的基础设施涌进来，产生了大量的新的机会。那对于团队来讲，首先就是人。我们这个行业，我们认为非常非常稀缺的。不只是技术，更多是优秀的产品经理、优秀的设计师，更多的测试的工程师和更多的这种 marketing 的从业者。因为我们今天这个行业相比过去 Web1 和 Web2 的发展这20年来看，其实还是非常非常有很多可以做得更好的地方。对，第2就是完备的流水线作业。过去的 Web3 的产品大部分都是一个网页，网页的开发其实是比较简单的，2-3个人可能很容易一个 hackathon 就做出来了。但如果我们今天想做到一个体验更完善的产品，想提供在移动，尤其是在手机 APP 上提供给用户解决更多问题，它不是一个很简单的问题，那它需要一个更流水线，大家从需求产生、设计到开发，再到上线，再到真正的 growth marketing 的层面。对，那最后第3就是有效的团队管理。我举个例子，其实我们这个行业创业风险很大。去年 USDC 有风险，前段时间 USDT 有风险。然后如果你融资拿的是美金，你这个放在 SVB 里，美金还有风险，对吧？所以其实创业的对这个团队来说，团队的管理和激励以及整个资金的管理也是一个对人的非常大的考验。第2就是工具的拓展，就比如说整个账户系统，我们都知道 MPC 和账户抽象是今年很大的一个热点，他们其实的核心关键是能不能有效降低Web2用户进来的门槛，对吧？我们今天很多应用还需要大家下载一个 MetaMask 或者各种各样的钱包，这个体验在大多数Web2的用户看来，其实非常非常反人性的，非常非常复杂。第2就是 Gas。我们今天我看 TikTok 我不需要付 gas， 对吧？我看 YouTube 我不需要付 gas。那我看一个 Web3 的app 或者当我要交互的时候，为什么我需要付 gas？ 我们应该让 gas 这个成本尽可能让用户不用理解，他甚至没有感知，这个才是最关键的。对。然后第三，比如说出入金比如说流动性的服务，这些其实都是基础的工具。我们认为这些东西会慢慢的越来越完善。当然在今天已经有很多可以做的工具了。对。第2就是场景的创新。第1部分就是产品。我们这个行业非常非常需要优秀的产品，优秀的产品才能解决用户的需求，才能让用户进来。对，那其实简单来讲，大概就是社交、工具、游戏3个大的方向。对，我们自己会更聚焦在工具和社交一些。然后我有一个判断，我认为今天非常像移动互联网刚开始的时候，2008年、09年到2010年，移动互联网第1波最大的浪潮其实是大概在08年。到2014年，以中国互联网为例，大概这5-6年间是最适合草根创业、万众创业，所有用户因为从 PC 到手机就很像我们今天的用户从 Web2 到 Web3， 从 PC 到手机其实有很多已有的需求，但也有很多新增的需求，对吧？比如说基于 LBS， 比如说大众点评，比如说打车，这些你在电脑上是完成不了的，这是新增的需求。就好像我们今天这个行业的，比如说公链、钱包，这些都是原来不存在的需求。也有一些已有的需求，举个例子，比如说浏览器，过去我在电脑上用，比如说 Chrome 比如说最早用那个 微软的浏览器，我在手机上今天可能大家有用各种各样的浏览器 ，Safari。移动端的 Chrome， 还有各种各样的这种国内的，我们会有很多优秀的公司做的浏览器。对，所以第2就是移动优先。今天大部分的 Web3 的产品全是网页，我们整个 PC 互联网的全球来看的网民数量，跟移动互联网的网民数量差了不是一个数量级。 对，所以其实移动端非常重要，大家每天随时随地可以用手机打开，是一个非常非常关键重要的地方。第三就是关注新兴人口，对，我们就亚非拉有非常巨大的红利，我们自己有在践行这样的理论，我们认为东南亚、非洲、拉丁美洲是非常非常值得去深耕去做的事情，这些地方。我个人有个非常喜欢的产品拼多多，就我们认为在 Web3 Mass Adoption 的路上，农村包围城市非常非常有意义。对，它会让你在整个大的用户体量、人口面前获得更快的领先和优势，并且建立更高级的方法论，然后沉淀一套系统性的打法，进而产生更大的收益和红利。对。对。第三就是 App Chain， 就我们认为，我有个判断，就是我认为接下来所有的 Super App 一定都会做自己的 App Chain。对我们如果简单举个例子的话 ，Layer 1其实就是比特币、以太坊，这个大家最承认的，大家所有人都会把资产放在这两条链上，因为这个所有人都相信。Layer 2其实就是比如说 OP、Arbitrum 各种各样的 ZK， 他们扮演了一种更快的网络，结算更快，这个确认更快。Layer 3我认为就是未来的 App Chain。我举个形象的例子 ，Layer 1就有点像我们的国道。各种各样，比如从北京到香港这样的高速公路，京九高速或者怎么样，然后 Layer 2就像省道，比如说整个山东省境内的这个省道 ，Layer 3就是城市之间的主干道。大部分的应用、商店、居民生活都不生活在高速路和省道上，对吧？大家都生活在城市里，所以 App Chain 其实会越来越多。我们今天理解，有些 App Chain 他们直接存了资产，有些 App Chain 存的是数据。从某种程度来讲，我认为，比如说甚至像很多只是做数据存储的协议，他们也属于 App Chain， 只不过他们还没有把资产沉淀在链上。对，而这些所有的1层、2层、3层网络都可以和存储、桥、通讯互相之间建立更多的联系，是一个非常灵活的模块。就好像每一个城市中心都有物流仓库、有购物商城、有中心、有高速路口、有铁路、有飞机场。对。所以我们认为 App Chain 一定会成为主流，所有的应用，尤其是 Super App， 当 App Chain 的成本进一步降低，在今天，有各种各样的这种基于 Roll Up， 包括 Cosmos 各种各样的开发 App Chain 的方案，那开发一条自己的 App Chain 在技术上已经没有特别大的壁垒或者门槛，更大的门槛和壁垒来自于用户和流量。所以这为什么如果我们在座的创业者，如果你有机会做成 WeChat， 做成 TikTok， 那你一定大概率把 App 这些数据和流量沉淀在自己的 App Chain 上，因为这个才是真正的壁垒。所以我们是怎么做的呢？就我们想分享一下。首先，因为我们这公司名字有点奇怪，因为我是哈利波特迷，所以我们很多这个名字都是以哈利波特来的。对，我们第一个产品叫 Question， 就它是一个服务Web3 Marketing Growth Analysis 的这么一个platform。然后我们接下来会有陆续更多的 App 出现。然后同时我们在底层也跟我们的好的合作伙伴 inaugural 合作，我们未来会进行更多的这种 App Chain 方面的探索和开发。对，这是我们的一个大的业务的布局。然后 Question 就是你的一站式的 Marketing Growth Analysis 的平台，它能帮助所有的项目方，我们免费这个无许可且更好用。对。所以我们 Question 这个产品的特点是，第一就是我们自动化，所有的流程全部自动化，只需要5分钟就可以配置一个campaign， 配置一个任务和活动。然后我们免费，我们没有任何收费的环节，至少在目前为止。然后第三，我们无许可。如果今天你是一个很小的一个项目方，你是一个很小的社区、很小的一个道，你都可以来无许可的使用我们。我们认为整个 Web3 的这种从 To B 的市场来看是一个肥尾，是一个 fat tail。为什么呢？它就好像我以淘宝为例。90%的电商的卖主其实都开的是淘宝店铺，而不会开天猫店铺。为什么？天猫店铺只适合大的旗舰店、大的厂商，比如说华为、OPPO、vivo、小米这样的企业来去做。那大部分的人都是中小店铺、中小型的商家，所以无许可非常非常重要。我们这个行业可能头部的项目或者真正拿到特别大的融资的机构的项目可能不超过10%，所以意味着这个市场是非常肥尾的状态。它头部只有10%，剩下90%都是肥尾。所以如何自动化的有网络效应的服务好这个肥尾，其实是 growth 的关键。这是在我们过去的积累的经验里产生的。第二就是我们Web 和 App 都会有。我们今天 Apple Store 刚刚过审，大家可以在 Google Play 和 Apple Store Google Play 已经可以搜索到了 ，Apple Store 很快可以搜索到，我们就搜 Question 就可以搜到我们的 App。然后第三就是我们可以有很多场景，就我们可以帮 marketing 做这种 social media 的增长。我们支持了 Twitter、Discord、Telegram、Instagram、Reddit、YouTube。我们马上会支持Spotify Shopify Shop， 然后还有比如说这个 Instagram 的更多的功能，对，所有的主流的 social media 我们都会支持。然后第二就是我们也支持 Steam 和 Twitch。如果你是一个 GameFi 的 project， 你可以直接用我们来去衡量。我举个很简单的例子，如果我今天是一个 CS:GO 的玩家，我在 Steam 上玩 CS:GO 玩了1万个小时，那我通过 Steam 的这个 API， 通过我们的模板，你可以知道，如果你在 Steam 上玩 CS:GO 这样的游戏玩了1万小时，如果我是一个 FPS 的 Web3 的 GameFi 的项目，直接给你空投更重要的道具、token 甚至 NFT， 对，然后以及链上的成就分发，比如说验证你链上有没有 NFT EID 有没有持有过什么样的代币，以及最后就是自定义的任务，我们有非常灵活丰富的 API 的功能，大家可以根据自己的需求来定制。然后这是我们的现在数据，我们大概上线不到1年8、9个月吧，我们累计有2个 million 的用户，每天的活跃在大概6万左右。然后我们70%的用户在东南亚，其次比如说尼日利亚、日本、中美等等一些地区，对。然后我们大概支持了8条链，我们现在整个大概有这个每个月的月活大概在60万。然后这是我们过去的一些 case， 如果有大家更感兴趣的话，可以直接来我们的网站去查看。我们都服务一些头部的 GameFi 或者一些更重要的 showcase。对，这里面接下来我要说一下跟我们的深度合作伙伴，就 BNB Chain 是我们非常好的这个合作伙伴，我们大量的游戏客户项目都发在 BNB Chain 上，所以我们在跟 BNB Chain 的合作也很紧密。今天晚上我们也有跟 BNB Chain 的一些合作活动，欢迎大家来。然后。第二就是 inaugural 是作为我们的 App Chain 的合作伙伴，我们会跟他们深度去基于 App Chain 去做更多服务、更多功能。这个 App Chain 我们应该会今年晚一些时候会有更多的消息。然后 Particle 就刚才我们讲到了，其实在关于钱包的 onboarding 用户的过程上，我们跟 Particle 在合作紧密在于我们基于他们的服务能力，我们给用户提供了Web2的用户用他的 email、用他的 Twitter、用他的 Discord 就可以生成一个钱包，可以无缝的使用 Web3 的应用。我们认为容易注册加免 gas 是未来所有 Web3 app 的这个基础功能。对，这个应该是必备。这个你不能让一个新用户进来，他需要先买这个主网的 gas， 然后才可能使用。然后 Standing Labs 是一个非常专注做 social 的一个network 和 app。我们在 Standing Me 的这个 APP 里，我们在做类似于像微信小程序一样的合作。当你在这个群里发 question 的这个链接的时候，它的展现会更多样化、更自定义化、更有很多更像小程序的感觉。最后就是 PassPass， 这个是我们在印尼 ，PassPass 是印尼最大的 NFT marketplace， 我们跟他们在印尼有非常大的合作。整个 APEC 国家，东南亚，印尼有2亿人口整个 NFT 的基数和用户场景非常非常高，对。所以这是我们过去快森大概的一些合作伙伴或者是这个客户，这里面有游戏、有社交、有 DeFi、有 NFT、有社区。对我觉得大家这个感兴趣的这个老板们可以随后可以访问我们的网站，可以去感受感受。对。然后，所以我们大概在今年第4季度我们会上线第2款产品。我们 Hogwarts Labs 的目标是我们希望成为 Web3 在应用层一个非常不可或缺的中坚力量。我们今年 Q4 会有第2款服务我们整个行业的基础设施的产品上线，对，所以欢迎大家关注。以及关于在 App Chain 这边，我们会大概在晚些时候会有更多消息来放出来。对我们相信在应用层最大的机会不只在于去沉淀用户和流量，而更在于去如何探索这条通道。我举个形象的例子，相信大家都知道 Zara、H&M、Gap 这样的快时尚的品牌，这些快时尚的品牌的打法的核心逻辑是单一的品牌不重要。当它的整个管道更重要，它每天可能比如说有100个设计小组，100个设计小组今天设计了100款衣服，这100款衣服里可能只有10款卖得非常好，但没关系，它整个这些最厉害的在于它今天设计出来的100款衣服，在第2天、第3天就可以在世界各地主要的 Gap、Zara、H&M 的店里全部摆上，去快速验证这个需求是不是存在，这个衣服是不是受欢迎，然后再进行快速的迭代，进行更大的量产。所以，如何在用 Web3 的产品去在 Web2 的世界里去 onboarding 用户，这是一个非常非常关键的通道。这个通道可能会比单一的产品更有价值，这是我们坚持和认为的。所以这是我们Hogwarts 的这一些信息和快森的信息，欢迎大家去访问我们的 Twitter， 访问我们的官网。对，最后我想说的一句话就是三体的作者刘慈欣老师，其实之前在书里说的一句话就是给岁月以文明，而不是给文明以岁月。最后一页，我想用我的我们的一些思考吧，来去带给大家，就我们认为。给时间以庞氏，而不是给庞氏以时间。我们这个行业其实非常 阳春白雪下里巴人都有。我们认为如何去真正去做长期且有复利的事情是非常非常有价值和有意义的，而不是为了短期的叙事和波动去做更多妥协市场的行为。所以我们个人认为是说，我们这个行业尤其在应用层一定要做 product lead growth 的事情，因为 从 Web2 开始，网络效应或者这个自然增长是你能不能形成产品壁垒和形成产品增长的关键。那能不能形成快速的增长，其实核心是一定要靠 product。我以一个我最喜欢的产品 Notion 为例 ，Notion 其实在早期相当长的一段时间没有什么太多的 BD marketing， 更多就是不断的打磨产品，然后解决实际的问题，然后来让用户产生了更多的自增长、推荐、referral 各种各样的行为。用户因为此产生了大量的 Notion 的社区 ，Notion 的社区的用户每天在 YouTube 上上传各种各样的内容，去形成二次传播，教大家如何使用这个模板、那个模板。它其实是一个非常产品导向增长的事情。我们认为在应用层一定要做产品导向，否则尤其比如说无论是 social game， 因为大家都需要大量的用户、大量的 mass adoption， 你需要大量的玩家、大量的用户每天在上面发内容、沉淀时间、沉淀东西。那如果你的整个产品的 growth 还是靠 BD 强驱动的话，那其实它没有办法去指数级的增长去做更大的复制。所以这个是我们觉得就为什么给时间以旁视，因为这个行业最大的复利来自于持续的收益和持续的 build。对，所以最后就共勉吧。我们希望说，在接下来的1到2年里，这个最后即将到来的牛市之前，我们能有更多行业里优秀的产品、优秀的应用出来，去解决真正的用户问题，创造价值。在这个价值基础上，产生了更多可能基于 token、基于 NFT 的商业模式和价值的传递和捕获。对，可能这就是今天我的这个主要的这个分享和演讲内容。谢谢大家，然后也欢迎大家关注 HKCEC Labs 和 Question， 然后我们会持续的带给更多优秀的产品给大家。也谢谢大家，对。
谢谢 Chess 的精彩演讲。Thank you, Chess, for the inspirational speech. Thank you very much. A gentle reminder for all of you, the afternoon session provides simultaneous interpretation. You can use WeChat, Twitter, browser, etc. to scan the QR code of simultaneous interpretation on the signage at the entrance of each venue or the conference brochure and listen to the simultaneous interpretation through your mobile phone. You're also recommended to bring your headphones to the venues in advance. 各位嘉宾，同社传译的服务呢，我们会提供的，你们可以扫描会看的手册，或者是各会场的门口的二维码，即可通过手机收听同传。谢谢各位。So next up, we're gonna have a roundtable discussion again. And ladies and gentlemen, may I have the honor to invite the speakers on stage? They are Xiankun Wu, co-founder of LCT.ai, Roger Zhang, Strategy and Investment Director of Exterior, Dominic Law, Chief Metaverse Office of Neopets, Mark Ryden, co-founder and CEO of MetaOne, and Ryo Mizubara, Representative Director of OSIS Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause to all the speakers to come on stage now. Round of applause, please. And in this roundtable forum session, we'll have Xiankun to moderate the forum for us. So now I'll pass the floor to Xiankun. Over to you now.
Hello. Oh. Okay. We are having the roundtable, like news cycles, games, and plus Web3, like Outlook. Actually, I can still remember that 2 years ago we were in Shanghai, like also the blockchain like conference organized by HashKey and Wanxiang. Like 2 years ago, we were talking about like metaverse hypes, virtual world. I can still recall. The memory is still like vivid. I guess we have experienced a very unique and unforgettable like last cycle, like crash, hype, and so on. And we are probably at the starting line of the next cycle. So, but we have to learn something from the past cycle. So we're gonna like cover 3 parts today. What we have learned from the last cycle, and where we are doing today, and we are expecting for the future. So first, probably should introduce like our guests. So probably Roger, go first.
Yeah, sure. My name is Roger, and I'm the investment and strategy director from Exterior. We are a Web3 gaming publishing platform backed by FunPlus, a mobile gaming developer. And we try to combine the free-to-play and play-to-earn or play-to-own features in our platform. Build on the Web3 technology, and we are trying to integrate with the blockchain technology and also leverage the decentralization to build an ecosystem for the gamers.
Hello, I'm Dominic. So I'm the project leader for Neopets Metaverse. So we're reviving the legendary Neopets IP, and what we're trying to do is bridge the kind of like Web2 mainstream gamers and attract them to play Web3 games. And one of the biggest draw of Neopets is being one of the first web browser-based virtual pet raising game. That's been ongoing for 23 years. And a big part of it, it's trading. A big part of it is like having a very strong in-game economy. And it's actually the first generation metaverse as we know it. And we're now moving into the Web3 and building kind of like a Web3 enabled future gaming experience. And yeah, so happy to be here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mark, the CEO and co-founder of MetaOne Network. We're a decentralized real-time rendering network. What that means is essentially a cloud gaming service built on the blockchain powered by mining networks, right? So essentially what we've been able to do is reduce the ecosystem cost of rendering service such that cloud gaming technology with M1 is now scalable through the regions of the world where it would provide the most value, which is essentially places where low-end devices dominate and where the largest number of gamers actually live. So we're a cloud gaming solution scaling through Southeast Asia, through Latin America, with a strong focus on developing regions.
Hi, this is Ryo Matsubara from the Oasis blockchain. So we're gaming focused layer 1 blockchain plus layer 2. So we are onboarding the gaming giants like Sega, Square Enix, Bandai, or Ubisoft, Netmarble. So all those kind of gaming company build a layer 2 on Oasis. So utilizing the layer 2, we realize zero gas fee and instant transactions. So that's why we are doing this. So we are aiming the mass adoption of the blockchain gaming. Yeah, that's why we did.
Thanks, dear guests. I guess probably we should start with the first part. What we have learned from the last cycle. We need to learn some lessons, right? So the first question should be, so what are the significant lessons learned from the last cycle regarding the integration of blockchain technology and gaming? So probably Roger, go first.
Yeah, sure. I think there are two lessons I learned from the last cycle. The first one is about the timing of the product. Because, for example, we noticed the Web3 gaming industry becoming a very popular topic with the appearance of the Axie Infinity. So after the Axie Infinity, many other similar products, or say Axie Infinity copycat, came to the market as well. But with no change in terms of the gameplay, in terms of the tokenomics, they didn't make that big success as Axie Infinity do. So thinking nowadays, 2 years from the appearance of the Axie Infinity, if you still want to introduce a product similar to Axie Infinity, this is gonna definitely not be a success. And second thing about the gaming industry, I think I just want to quote what the previous guest just mentioned: "Give time to Ponzi, not Ponzi to time." This kind of quotation. Similarly, normally when we do a gaming, we put a lot of emphasis on the live ops regarding on the continuous operation of this game. But over the past 3 years or past 2 years, we noticed that those kind of GameFi projects, they are relatively of short lifetime. And we think that they need to better prepare. And that's why many people may criticize the GameFi industry as a Ponzi scheme. And I think to resolve this kind of issue, we need to get prepared, especially as a game developer, we need to be aware of the live ops, this kind of concept. And we need to bring in the traditional live ops, this kind of live operation from the traditional gaming into the Web3 areas to provide our customers with a better and long-lasting user experience.
Yeah, I think I agree to all of the points that were made. I'd like to emphasize that like with Web3 technologies, there's a lot of innovation and business model for the gaming industry. But something that we've learned from the last cycle is that we definitely need a game to be at its core. It needs to be fun and engaging for the gamers to play. Once we lost that kind of playability, like no business model can save it. So at the end of the day, game is in the entertainment industry. I think it's very important for the next cycle for really good quality games, fun games to be out in the market, and that could be where the business model can continue to innovate, like tokenomics and everything, kind of like all tied to it. But at the core of it, it has to be a game that's fun and engaging.
Yeah, again, absolutely agree. I think the core narrative of this cycle is building fun and entertaining games, bringing gaming back to its core, bringing it back to what it needs to be to survive in Web 2, right? I think a couple of kind of obvious things that we learned. We learned that financial instruments that look like games don't really work outside the bull cycle. We learned that gating content behind expensive NFTs is probably not a great way to encourage mass adoption. And I think we also learned that maybe Web3 technology itself is not enough of an incentive to onboard, again, a large number of users, right? We need to be focusing a little bit more on the content and the narrative and the story and the enjoyment factor of the games, not just maybe the technology that excites us as kind of core members of the Web3 community.
I think the last cycle started from the DeFi summer. So then after that, NFT boom came and GameFi boom came. So the leveraging power of the finance is huge. But as it's a blockchain game, it's called GameFi right now. I think it's too much the finance centric right now. So we need to focus on the real demand next cycle. So that's what I learned. We learned from last cycle.
So I heard that everybody is talking about like we need to make a better quality of content. That's really good. I totally agree with that. But according to my memory, there's some of the topic like last time we talked about some off the stage, but some remains on the stage, such as like, what do you think really differentiate the Web3 games and Web2 games? Since we want to provide some like good content, but how we can differentiate from the Web2 games? That's also a very critical question, right? Probably, Ron, do you also? Probably you can go first at this time.
Okay, so currently we are focusing on just the one feature of the blockchain, the building the economy in a game. So the in-game currency could be cryptocurrency, and the in-game item could be NFT. But it's just one feature of the blockchain, I think. So we have a lot of feature of the blockchain, like interoperability with a in-gaming item. So for example, the one game item could be used in different in games. So but this NFT interoperability is not realized. Because NFT metadata standard is not fixed yet though. So other feature of the NFT is like a UGC. Yeah, so using NFT data, maybe user-generated contents could be could be huge, because anybody can create the good contents using like a chat GDP or AI as the country. So we need to add more feature of the blockchain. We need to utilize other feature of the blockchain into the game. So that's what we need to do next. So not just focusing on the economy side. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, again, I totally agree. I think with the quality point that you made earlier, I think we are quite critical of Web3 content and Web3 game experiences, right? And I think that's okay, because the industry it's very young, right? It takes a lot of expertise, a lot of experience in your management team and your engineering team to deliver a really high quality piece of gaming content. Even more so in the world of like AAA gaming content, right? It takes not just experience, it takes capital, and the teams that are just kind of scaling up over the last cycle have not maybe had all that much time to generate that expertise and even deploy the capital, right? So I feel like the sector as a whole is very, very early, but we are coming to the end of a number of these early development cycles, right? Games that started to be built maybe a year into the beginning of the GameFi emergence, right? That are hitting their 12, 18, maybe even 24-month development cycles and looking to be released maybe this year or at least very, very soon. So I know that we are all very critical of the quality of the game experiences that we have available, but I think what we do have to remember is that this sort of this quality takes time, and it is very, very close to the point where we will be seeing hopefully some really, really cool content that's coming out that ticks all the boxes that really a Web 2 or a Web 3 gamer would want to see.
And I'd like to add like how Web3 technology should be used to enhance the gaming experience, not just a good quality game like the Web2 games. Like I think two of the core features that can enhance the gaming experience is like digital ownership, like how like you actually own these digital game assets. In the Web2 space, you already spend a lot of money like buying skins and like PUBG and like a lot of like very successful games, but you can't actually actively trade it unless you sell your account or you trade it in the black market. So there's no efficient way of like recouping your kind of investment in entertainment. So the analogy is like you're renting a house versus you're owning your house. You take much greater care if you actually own the house you live in, and you probably end up spending a lot more. So we actually see that Web3 technology can enhance the business model of the gaming industry in general. So instead of a long tail kind of like business model where we can have a very long window of monetizing a game, with Web3, where users and your players actually own the content, we actually see that the long tail solution can actually be much thicker. So the long tail, like the ultimate willingness to pay and kind of like the long-term value of a player can actually be even more than a Web2 gamer.
When Xiangkun, you raised this question, the first thing that reminds me is like the first mobile games I played is Flappy Bird. And I guess some of you may also play this kind of game before, right? So at that time, what kind Flappy Bird in terms of the gameplay, in terms of the graphics, those are not comparable compared to the PC console games at that time. But people still trying to developing those mobile games, built starting from the Flappy Birds to Temple Run and to the following products, right? So this kind of reminds me what kind of question or what kind of user experience, just as Dominic you mentioned, what kind of user experience could Web3 provide to the customers? Other than the digital asset ownership, I think one interesting thing from the crypto perspective is about the transaction. Because, for example, taking the MMORPG, this kind of game genre as an example, we know that there are many big whales spending a lot of money, time and money on those kind of games. But it's kind of difficult. There are so many different items in the MMORPG, and they don't have time to acquire all of them by themselves. Therefore, they need to do the trading with some other players. So in traditional MMORPGs, the trading friction is kind of huge for those players if they want to do some in-game trading. But nowadays, with the blockchain technology and with some NFT or tokens, those kind of new things come into embedded in the game. The transaction friction could be largely reduced and could improve the user experience from certain perspective, from a certain point.
Really good discussion. So I guess like we all learned a lot from the past cycle, and I do think that Web3 plays a really important role in enhance the experience of games. So I guess after the experience the last cycle, we all have kind of a sense that what kind of problems we still need to solve to make Web3 apply into the games and make the games more like Web3 and like solving some problems we just mentioned. So we're getting into a second part. So can you provide more information on the product that you are working on, what kind of a problem you are solving, or any kinds of new experience you're creating? So probably, Roger, go first.
Yeah, I think I would like to answer this question from two perspectives. The first one is from the game development perspective, because all we know is that we need to have really high quality content. This kind of high quality could from two perspectives. One is, I think the definition of high quality really depends on what which customer which customer group you are focusing on. So for some play to earn users, there are always some play to earn users. You need to provide them with a relatively stable return product. That's so-called high quality product to them. For those kind of traditional gamers, you need to provide those kind of long-lasting, relatively interesting gameplay and high quality graphics product to them. This could attract those kind of traditional gamers to the industry. So from the development perspective, we are doing this kind of experiment. I would say kind of experiment because there is no successful case so far, I would say, for the existing market. And also, I would like to emphasize on from the publishing perspective, because we know existing GameFi user base is around 1 million DAU, but compared to the 3 billion traditional gamer markets, this is very, very small. So why we are doing this kind of publishing platform is kind of try to leverage our Web2 branding, user acquisition capability, and bring more traditional gamers into the Web3 areas. On one side, we do this kind of, we attract them using those kind of new content or quality and then convert them into the Web3 users. This is what we are trying to do and what we are focusing on.
Yeah, so we're basically trying to solve one of the biggest issues that we have a very big existing customer base, player base in our original game. So at our peak, we have 150 million users playing neopets.com. And now we still have like around 1 million MAU. The majority of these mainstream gamers are not very welcoming to Web3 gaming concept. So most of them, they don't get excited when we announce that we're doing a Web3 version of Neopets. But what we should do is that the biggest challenge for us is like how we can use Web3 technology and build a new game experience that actually connects with the original game. So we do have the luxury of having an IP and also having an ongoing game that's around for 23 years. But that's also a big challenge because it's a legacy product, and how we can balance the game economy and the tokenomics and making sure when anything that we port over from the original game and convert into the new game, we need to make sure that we can solve the inflation problem. We can make sure that the tokenomics make sense and wouldn't affect the game balance of the new game. So I think those are kind of like unique challenges that we're facing.
Yeah, I guess one of the biggest problems that I think the majority of Web3 games face is access to publishing channels, right? Which is why I like hearing about projects that are trying to solve this issue. And this issue that these Web3 game companies have essentially is that they're generally utilizing non-traditional revenue generation models, right? They're using NFTs or crypto to extract value from their users in a way that makes it very, very difficult for large publishing channels like the App Store, the Google Play Store, Steam, to take that 30% pound of flesh that they generally require, that they do require from their Web2 game counterparts, right? So when you look at the inability for many of these Web3 games to get onto these platforms, it's quite a big issue because the number of eyeballs that these platforms are able to generate, these channels are able to generate is massive, right? The App Store is on, every iPhone. The Google Play Store is on Android devices. Steam is, synonymous with PC gaming culture, and the either difficulty or straight out ban that Web3 game companies face when attempting to gain access to these channels is a massive hurdle that needs to be overcome. Because when you remember that Web3 games are not just competing with other Web3 games, we're competing with Web2 games. If our competitors are all gaining access to these channels, even with the 30% revenue take, right? It's a competitive advantage that is difficult to overcome. So Web3 does really need to solve the publishing issue if we want to compete at that broader adoption scale that I know we all want to reach.
So currently we are challenging the 3 difficulty with the blockchain right now. So we should eliminate the blockchain difficulty, slow, expensive, hard to use. Yeah. So gas fee should be 0 and transactions should be instant. And also we shouldn't force gamer to memorize the private key or seed phrase. So we're trying to eliminate those, Web3 featured barrier. So after that, so we should, invent something new. Web3 features something new. As the Web3 successful Web2 game publisher invented such like a social function, and also the smartphone featured vertical actions. Also the gacha, so the business model. So something like a new experience in the blockchain business model should be created and for a mass adoption. So as I said before, maybe building the economy is totally the new experience, and also creating the UGC economy and interproperty NFT could be the new experience. So those kind of the new experience deliveries will be important. Then as we are infrastructure the blockchain game, as we are layer one blockchain, so we are helping the kind of gaming giants. So each gaming giant's approach is different actually. The one gaming giant is it's approaching the mix of the Web2 gamer and Web3 customers. So they want to mix the economy. So that's their approach. They're trying to approach into Southeast Asia and it's like an Indian market. So those kind of huge population market was not was not originally the target of those gaming giants originally, but they're trying to reach that. So other gaming giants approach is the e-sport approach actually. So currently game is not for only it's not only for a gamer, a player. So game is also for kind of streamer and a watcher. So those then are in Japan actually the esports players is being like an idol. So the kind of fun economy is very important. Utilizing the blockchain for fun economies is really important. So that's another approach. So another gaming giants which having the tons of huge IP is trying to deliver the new experience for existing fan of the huge IP. So each the gaming giants approach is so different. So we currently trying to develop the infrastructure to help those challenges. That's what we were doing. Yeah.
Really good discussion. So I guess we were all talking about mass adoption and users and so on. And I guess people out there who are in the Web3 industry but not gaming, wish Web3 games can bring more users in this industry, can benefit everybody. So I guess everybody here also cares about mass adoptions, more users in the industry. So I want to specifically ask, so what do you think that what we can do to onboard the next billion of users into the Web3 world? Probably through Web3 game, probably through other channels or whatever. But I want to hear your thoughts. Probably Liu-san, you go first this time.
Okay. What is very new to existing gaming company is so they can reach to the frontier market, as I said, Indian, African market, which wasn't originally the target market to them. So the Axie Infinity challenge was really good, but the model was not the sustainable. To make it sustainable, the money from external economy should be injected to its economy. So donation, her advertisement, so that kind of money should be injected. So they can approach to the massive amount of the consumer. Then original Web2 gamer they pay to play, right? So they're trying to mix the economy, but the value of the asset would be increased depending on the number of the user, because they want to show off the items, for example the Rolex, the Mercedes. So they just want to show off the items. So the acquiring the new customers are very important. So we don't need to give up the plagiarism actually the plagiarism aspect, but we don't we shouldn't, too much focus on the web, play around, but we need to mix the users. Yeah.
Thank you. Mark.
Okay. I guess to illustrate our thesis on where these next billion users come from, I'll just have to maybe introduce my company a little bit and what we do. So, as I said before, we're Meta1 Network, a decentralized real-time rendering network. You can think of us as like a cloud gaming solution built on the blockchain, powered by mining networks. Now, I know that maybe all of those words don't mean a lot to many of you, so I'll quickly just maybe explain the key one, which is cloud gaming, right? I'll use an analogy. Cloud storage, right, is something that I'm sure everyone in the room is pretty familiar with. It's probably operating on the phone that's in your pocket. Cloud storage is essentially the ability of the cloud to deliver storage to your device such that your local device doesn't need to have it available, right? Well, cloud gaming is very similar, except instead of delivering storage to the device, we deliver computational resource, right? Essentially what we do is we deliver the processing power needed to play a game to your device via the cloud. Now, you might be asking, why is this important? Well, when we look at the 3.3 billion gamers that are out there, 2.8 billion of them game on low-end devices, right? They game on older generation, low-cost Android phones, and they game on low-cost PCs. Now, as a result of this, the vast majority of the world's gamers, literally that 2.8 billion, are unable to enjoy the gaming content that the majority of us would say is mainstream in this room, right? And conversely, it means that the majority of the world's gamers are inaccessible to the largest publishers on the planet, right? And this access barrier is something that gaming as a whole needs to overcome if we want to have any sort of mass adoption, particularly in Web3. I'll use a little bit of a case study to illustrate why access is important, right? So we referenced PUBG earlier, PUBG Mobile, right? One of the biggest games in the world. It's what you'd consider like a AAA mobile game. It is, a pioneer of one of the world's most popular gaming genres. And they released in Southeast Asia like 18 months ago. And as a result of that really popular and very hyped release, they found out pretty quickly that unfortunately the vast majority of the gamers in that region were unable to play the game as a result of the fact that they had kind of low-end smartphones. Now, funnily enough, as a result of this, one of Lightspeed published, PUBG's publisher, one of their main competitors, Garena, stood up a game called Free Fire. Free Fire is it's a PUBG clone, right? It's a PUBG clone built specifically for lower-end devices. Free Fire now has, just over 100 million monthly active users across Southeast Asia, right? They have 189 million monthly active users worldwide, specifically because they built a game that played off the popularity of an already popular title, but optimized for accessibility, right? So what we do is we built a cloud gaming infrastructure network, right? Where utilizing a mining network, we can reduce the cost of service to the point where now cloud gaming is not just accessible in North America and Western Europe, it's scalable through Southeast Asia, it's scalable through India, it's scalable through Latin America, and we're doing that now. We're on track to reach 20 million monthly active users on our system by the end of the year. Now, when we reference this 1 billion users number, I like to give this example. If you could go to PUBG and you could say, hey, PUBG, here's a patch for your game that will make it accessible on any phone in any region, anywhere, instantly, right? You don't need a new phone to access it. PUBG would bet, I'd almost guarantee, they'd bet that within a week they could get 50% of their market share back, right? They'd be able to get 50 million users onto their ecosystem just by using that patch, right? And give them 6 months, I reckon they'd bet that they could get 90% of their market share back from Garena because they believe that their content is better, right? And I think the market would agree that their content is better, but it's an accessibility issue. So at M1, we are essentially that patch, right? We turn that game into content that's accessible on any device. So if we were to service PUBG, right, and they were to have confidence in being able to achieve maybe 90% of the market share return that Garena and Free Fire have taken from them, that's 100 million users, right? Do that 10 times and that's your billion. I'm not saying that maybe we will necessarily be responsible for all of it, but I'll give you 50%.
Good. Dominic.
Yeah, I think for Web3 mass adoption to happen on gaming, a few key issues need to be solved. One is the UX UI problem. So it's really hard to change user behavior, but the existing Web3 infrastructures and all the jargons actually scare away a lot of mainstream gamers. And even if they want to try out a game, they got stuck in setting up the wallet and they lost their private key and they don't even know how to log in, and then they give up. So I think solving that UX UI problem is probably the first step. And secondly is making it seamless. So I think you mentioned that the gas fees are expensive and then transactions are not instant. Imagine building if your whole game is on chain, and then you do just normal game activity and then you have to wait every step of the gaming procedure. It's really boring. The game experience is gone. So I think making it seamless is also the most important thing to improve the game experience of a Web3 game, which in the past we haven't seen it. A lot of new games are coming out that probably have solved a lot of these issues. So I'm very much looking forward to the rest of the year and early next year when a lot of game titles are being released. And I think lastly, while there are a lot of new game titles are coming out, a lot of these game titles are more focused on AAA. They might not run well on lower end platforms, or it doesn't really appeal to the casual gamers. Because I feel this casual gamer segment, out of the 3.3 billion gamers, actually I think 80% of them are casual gamers. Serious gamers only are a very small portion of it. For Web3 mass adoption to happen, I think there should be really successful casual games out there to really attract these casual gamers to also onboard into Web3.
So when we think about the mass adoption, it kind of implies our user base for the existing GameFi market is not that big, or say relatively small. So there are generally two reasons to this. The first one is the market does not have such big demand. But as we discussed, there are 3 billion traditional gamers in the market. So it's already a proven market that people do have this kind of entertainment demand. So then it comes to the second question, whether or not the product is good enough to attract and to retain those customers. And also, given we have already very mature Web2 products, how can we have them to transfer from their Web2 products to the Web3? Even if give a try, what's the incentive for them? So I think Mark mentioned about the technology, Dominic mentioned about the casual games. I think it's all about know your clients. I'm not saying play to earn. Many people say, okay, Axie Infinity is kind of Ponzi scheme, etc., and therefore play to earn is kind of dead end. I'm not 100% agreeing on this point, because at the very beginning, when we do this kind of thing, I also have this kind of feeling. Those kind of GameFi projects, they are kind of play to earn. They are just DeFi projects with some game skins. That's my view at the very beginning. But later, I realized that there are also some game players. They like this kind of feeling. They like to play to earn. So know your clients and understand different genre. We say there are several genres like the PUBG or Free Fire, those kind of FPS genre, like the fantasy Westward Journey, this kind of MMORPG game, or some Genshin Impact, those kind of ACG games. There are different genres. So to know what kind of user experience, or say what's the existing pain point in those kind of genres, and leverage the advantage of blockchain technology, or leverage or create some token economics for different genres accordingly, could help better to capture those kind of users and create the user experience. With the product in place, after all, the game is not to create some feelings for the gamers, but from my point of view, is to evoke the different feelings from the gamers, so that they were willing to spend time and money into that game. Either it's kind of sympathy, or it's kind of enjoyment, those kind of feelings. You use the game as a product to evoke those kind of feelings. So My feeling is like to have the mass adoption into the Web3 area, the product need to have very clear positioning and to have very clear market it want to address.
Thanks. Really enjoying listening to you guys. Now we're getting to the one last question. I guess there is one subject that we cannot really skip over is AI. So AI is probably one of the major trend in this year. So I particularly want to know that, do you think that a generative AI can bring to the Web3 games? So Roger, please.
Yeah, I think to make it short, I think AI definitely can reduce the cost from the gaming development perspective. And more important question to us is whether or not AI GC or AI could help to create some new gameplay or to create some new user experience to create a new genre in games. And I think we are still kind of doing some experiment on this part. During my trip to GDC, I think there are some studios, some indie studios, they are thinking about doing this one. Because talking about the Web3, talking about the blockchain technologies, we're thinking about the financial features, right? So trading is one word that commonly raised in crypto industry. So we are just thinking about maybe we can use the AI to train some characters and then we have this kind of characters to fight against each other, for example, like the boxing, those kind of thing. And then we use the blockchain technology to, or say the crypto features to do the trading on that part. So to a certain extent, the players no longer operate their characters by themselves, but function like a coach or a broker to his characters. So I'm thinking in this way.
Great.
Yeah, I think AI actually has been existing in games for the longest time. I mean, think about first generation games where the NPCs are actually controlled by the computer. That's actually AI already. So I think AI is actually a big part of gaming, of the gaming industry all along. And particularly now, I think like how you can turn the NPC character to be something that's with hidden character traits, or the character traits can be customized or based on your interaction with them. So everyone actually see different characters inside the game is definitely a very interesting way. And for games like Neopets, where it's more simulation based, AI can definitely improve the game experience. Imagine that like your interaction with your own pet can actually change the outcome of the evolution or the kind of like a game stats improvement of your own pet. So a lot of these things, we see a lot of potentials, and we're experimenting a lot of these technologies already. And I think it will definitely make the social element and the emotional attachment from the gamer's perspective with the in-game characters even a lot more intertwined.
Yeah, I think AI-based NPCs, massive. It's going to be revolutionary for kind of player immersion and storytelling, and going to create a huge amount of unique game experiences for gamers. So I'm particularly excited about that. I think generative visual environments, right? The ability for AI to create beautiful landscapes in game that are unique and different and not just procedurally kind of like copycatted and copy and pasted. And then I guess from the development side, it is going to make development cheaper. It's going to reduce development cycles. It's going to allow smaller teams the ability to compete with larger incumbent studios. And particularly with Web3, it may also give us or give less experienced Web3 teams the ability to do more with smart contracts, right? AI can assist them with overcoming that Web3 hurdle that exists between Web2 and Web3 development.
So, the 80% of the cost of the game development is a drawing picture of the games. I'm from mobile gaming company originally. So AI make it's a revolution of for game development. So I'm from Japan, and the country with the IP. So for IP holder, it is very important to create the UGC economy, so utilizing the AI. So maybe that kind of approach will be adapted using blockchain and AI. Yeah, I think. Yeah.
So we're all here. Thanks for listening. Thanks for your thoughts. Fabulous talk. Thanks everybody. We'll see you next year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the inspirational and in-depth discussion on the topic. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. So a gentle reminder for all of you, the afternoon session provides simultaneous interpretation. You can use WeChat, Twitter, browser to scan the QR code of simultaneous interpretation on the signage at the entrance of each venue or the conference brochure and listen to simultaneous interpretation through your mobile phone. And also, you're recommended to bring your headphones to the venue in advance. 各位嘉宾，开幕仪式呢，我们提供了同盛传译服务。那整个活动呢，我们都有提供这个同盛的传译服务。你们可以扫描会看手册或者是会场门口的二维码，然后呢，你们就可以通过手机收听同传。谢谢你们。So, coming up next, may I invite Yet Siu, co-founder and executive director, Animoca Brands, to give us an online keynote. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy.
Hi, my name is Yet Siu. I'm chairman and co-founder of Animoca Brands. And it's a pleasure for me to talk to you about Web3, culture, and the open metaverse. I wanted to take you back a little bit to the original days of Web 1, just to sort of highlight the reason as to where we are today. And back in the earliest days of the internet, Web 1 was known as a web of read-only, basically where you could read whatever information you could freely access on the internet. And then we evolved into Web 2, which sometimes is referred to as a social web. And it's the web where we can read and write, meaning we have the ability to publicly contribute to the web. And that's where things like Wikipedia and blogs and Facebook and all of these companies emerged, where we would contribute to the information that others can consume. And that became very social. And then in Web 3, we now have the ability to actually own the things that we can both read and write to. And this to us is the absolutely critical point and the reason why we believe that Web 3 is the future of the internet. And what it really boils down to is that when you write to the web, and when you read from the web, what actually you're doing is generating data. And that data doesn't really belong to us today, but it is actually the world's most valuable resource, because all the companies that have control and access to the data that we create actually are the ones who control the world, if you will, or certainly have the most power and influence. And we can see this effect today because we ourselves don't really know how to value our data. So we just happily sort of surrender that to the platforms by sharing photos, by making posts and all that kind of stuff, and driving our cars. All of that information then actually gets constructed into knowledge in these platforms, and they then create these incredible network effects and this incredible intelligence. In fact, if we don't contribute our data to the platforms, there would be no ChatGPT, there would be no AI in the way that we see it today, or self-driving cars. None of that stuff would actually be possible if it wasn't for the fact that we are contributing this data. But the problem is, because we don't own this data, as it resides in the exclusive platforms of these large, giant companies, we've now become digitally colonialized. We live in a kind of digital feudalism, where we ourselves have become dependent on these platforms. Think about what happens to your life if actually you were removed from these platforms. You don't actually have any rights. You actually are dependent on them. You need to depend on Apple to allow you to publish the app, or you need to depend on sort of the good graces of the social media platforms to allow you to exist, which is no different than what it is like to live in sort of the feudal age of old. And that is why Web3 is so important, because in Web3 we now have the ability to own our digital property, because now data doesn't reside in a private database controlled by the platform, but in a public one controlled by the community, by the ones that we have a say in. Now, because we now have this ability to have actual digital property rights, it lays a foundation and the perspective that we take, that we no longer should be looking at what we're building in the Web3 space anyway, simply as just businesses, but they should be viewed in forms of new national economies. Meaning that whether it's a blockchain or a metaverse game or an environment, they should be viewed in economic terms, like national economies. And the underpinning of the economies as we see in the real world, we believe culture is one of the most, if not the most important factor. Take, for instance, in the US, where economic sort of contribution in the service industry for arts and culture was the second largest contributor, somewhere around close to $900 billion last year. And this includes things like people working in Hollywood and in the music industry and theater and all that kind of stuff. However, when you consider actually what culture really touches, it actually touches far, far more than just directly what people are doing in sort of the movie industry. Because if it wasn't for culture, we wouldn't be buying flat screen TVs, or we wouldn't be listening to music in different devices. We wouldn't be buying maybe Apple products. There wouldn't be a Disney, or there wouldn't be an HBO. There wouldn't be Sony. There wouldn't be Nintendo. And every series of companies that you're interacting with today, in fact, what you're doing is you're interacting with forms of culture. They could be fashion. They could be things about your identity. They could be customization, the phone cases you buy for your phone. But these are all actually elements of culture. And that actually is driving these economies. Think about, for instance, something that is pretty utilitarian, which is the use of a car. Naturally, we think of buying a car as something that can take us from point A to point B. But for those of you who actually purchase cars, is the consideration that the car can take you from point A to point B the most important reason why you're buying that particular car? And it turns out, for most of us, it no longer is. Maybe that was true 100 years ago. But today, you buy a car for many other reasons. What service can I get? What other kind of network effects are there? Can I customize it? Does it fit my baby seats? Is it comfortable for me? Is it something that my friends will like? Is it something that says something about my status? These are actually much more important considerations than simply its pure utility, which is also the reason why the cars in and of itself have become more valuable. And because of the fact that we have ownership of these cars, it also allows the construction of third-party network effects that basically contribute more to its value overall because it has a deeper utility. For instance, because we have ownership of cars, we can have Uber, or we can have Lyft, or we can have all of these other third-party services that come to us as owners of these cars, making the experience of owning cars so much more valuable. And this is where we come to the sort of topic of non-fungible tokens. Because of course a lot of people sort of wonder, how can something like this Bored Ape, which is really maybe a fanciful JPEG, be so actually more valuable than a Birkin bag, which is something that I can physically hold, as a luxury item? Well, it turns out that most people who buy a Birkin bag don't actually buy it to put stuff in. I mean, they do put stuff in, but that's not the main reason. You can put stuff in other bags much more cheaply and much more much more practically than that of a Birkin bag. It turns out, however, that most of us buy a Birkin bag or other luxury items because of different kind of perhaps invisible network effects. These network effects are social. They are things that contribute or assess our value. There are things about basically what other people say, for instance, or the story that it represents. These are actually part of what makes our own social identity. And when you think about all the things that you buy in the physical world, whether it's shoes or clothes or anything like that, they actually contribute towards your social identity. They don't actually necessarily contribute purely to its utility. And so the same is true when you own one of these, what's known as a PFP, in the NFT world as an example, as a kind of digital fashion item, for example. These are actually one of the elements as to why these have value, because of these network effects that they have. And 99% of the value, you could argue, of the things that we buy physically as well, are actually virtual in construction. And of course, that is how we believe you can actually assess in some way why these items have value. Because at least on blockchain, you can then see what kind of network effects it can construct and how people can compose and construct new experiences on top of it, which we couldn't do before in the world of Web 2. But in the world of Web 3, we finally can. Because, for instance, if you own an item in a game, you can move it from one other experience to another experience. You have the ability to actually transport it. You have the ability to transact freely with it, and third parties will come and create experiences for you. And so the same applies for things like virtual real estate, the same like the Sandbox, or Life Beyond, or Phantom Galaxies. These are experiences where you can basically own a virtual piece of land. And again, do you actually own that piece of land because of its pure utility? Yes, you can make experiences. It could be fun, and it could be say something about your status. But actually, these are things that become much more meaningful for you in terms of the areas you might live in or the environment that speaks to you, as we do in the physical world. When you think about the way that we think of physical real estate in terms of neighborhoods, or in terms of environments, or in terms of cities we choose to live in. For instance, you could take the most beautiful building in the world and you could plonk it in the middle of, say, Africa, but it wouldn't be nearly as valuable as putting a, say, much smaller experience of a real estate experience in Hong Kong, because of the fact that Hong Kong has embedded network effects that are valuable to you. And distance is not the factor. Influence and social contributions and network effects are actually what's important. And that gives rise to economies. For instance, in the sandbox, you already have a thriving economy in terms of people who are, not just buying and trading land, but actually sort of building experiences and creating sort of, through the creator experiences, assets that they can sell and build on top of one example here being the sandbox. And this, broadly speaking, has also influenced the broad market, where, for instance, things like land sales in the metaverse have reached close to $2 billion. But what actually in itself creates some of that aspect about the economies, outside of the fact that people are sort of transacting in real estate and building on it and creating metaversal jobs? Well, first, because it's built on Web3 and because of the fact that it's basically on blockchain, you have the ability to leverage DeFi, which you could think of almost like a sort of public banking infrastructure of the open metaverse, as we call it. And last year, for instance, over $100 billion worth of value was locked in DeFi. Now, again, while not a perfect example, it's sort of slightly more than the Reserve Bank of New Zealand and slightly less than the Bank of Singapore. And while these are early and obviously volatile in nature, there's still tens of billions of dollars of value inside these DeFi protocols that basically provide part of that sort of, call it, financial rails of the open metaverse. And there's also over $12 billion of community treasuries held in what's known as decentralized autonomous organizations. And you could view these almost as a kind of sort of, I guess, quasi sort of companies of the metaverse. But the nature of these companies are actually native to Web3. So a new kind of organization that is community run. And what's interesting about these is that, again, they actually hold value where communities themselves get to decide how it's being used and how it's being built. And, through community proposals, like we see, for instance, with the ApeCoin DAO. And so those are things that actually help provide some of that underpinning infrastructure that power basically the open metaverse and Web3, and why there's a financial infrastructure which very much mimics in some ways what the physical world has and therefore powers it. I mean, imagine, for instance, what our actual national economies would look like if we didn't actually have a banking infrastructure, for instance. It wouldn't be nearly as successful as it is right now. And so this basically comes down to some of the core elements as to why Web3 is so valuable and so powerful. Because one of the things that happens in the Web3 world is that value basically gets shared much more equally across the participants. In the Web2 world, for instance, really only maybe the shareholders and owners and perhaps management of organizations, as in traditional companies, are able to contribute and actually able to receive value. Whereas basically the people who use it and maybe the people who contribute to it actually get very little of that value. In contrast, for instance, where in Web3 the value is distributed as they are in economies. In other words, like in an economic perspective, you have value that is distributed broadly across the community rather than just simply sort of concentrated amongst the few in that perspective, right? And so that's one of the reasons why Animoca Brands also has a strategy in which we believe in what we describe as the shared network effect. In other words, by investing and by contributing and by adding to this world of Web3, by having made over 400 investments at this point in time, and also building things like Sandbox or Phantom Galaxies or Life Beyond or TinyTap or whatever these companies that we're sort of investing and acquiring and sort of building up to, we believe that they actually are like building economic contribution to this entire state of Web3. And so everyone can participate in this, both as a user, as a creator, and of course as owners as well. Now I wanted to sort of dovetail a little bit into the area of gaming, just because that's what we're most well known for. And one of the reasons we focus so heavily on gaming is that gaming, unlike many other areas of businesses, is a digitally native business. In other words, it only exists in the digital realm, even though we might sort of experience it sort of in physical ways, but through physical proxies, like monitor screens and that kind of stuff. And gaming also continues to grow. It is now bigger than the film and music industry combined, at over $200 billion. But it's important to recognize that in just 2 decades ago, this was a relatively small business and has now become the largest contributor of digital culture in the world when it comes to its engagement, in terms of its memes, in terms of its interaction. In other words, experiencing gaming worlds isn't just entertainment. they're actually big, big contributors to actual culture in the digital world. Over 3.4 billion people play games today. It's not just our children. And in fact, what's happened is that many people who used to play games 20 years ago continue to play games, meaning that eventually the curve in which people actually continue to play games over time is going to increase from our perspective. But perhaps what's also really interesting in the world of gaming is that over $100 billion is spent on items in games, but they're rented. These are not items that we actually get to own because of the fact that we don't have ownership in them. And here perhaps is, for people who are not familiar with the gaming space, the most surprising part. The vast majority of that billions of dollars that is spent in gaming items is purely cosmetic in nature, meaning they mimic our experiences in how we buy in the physical world, fashion items or shoes or other things of this, because of the way it makes us feel, because of our social identity, because of those type of network effects, not because of its pure utility. And so that's one of the reasons why the gaming industry, we feel, is so primed to basically sort of enter the world of Web3, because they already have many of these elements. The people who play games believe that they own these items, or they should own these items, and they purchase them for reasons of social identity, for reasons that are important to them, but not necessarily just for its pure utility, which is a given. We've basically reached that stage over the last few decades from the gaming industry. But there's also another industry that I wanted to highlight as well, just before we go into closing, which is basically the world of education. So if gaming is already a huge business at $200 billion, actually education is even larger at a multi-trillion-dollar stage, because we already spend so much on education as it is, because it's one of the most important things we need to do, continued learning and education. But again, here the value that actually goes towards the creators of that education content, which is mostly teachers, is actually very, very low relative to their overall contribution that takes place. And again, here is an opportunity for Web3 to alter and change that. And also, in learning and education, broadly speaking, it is perhaps one of the most important contributors to culture in the world. It is where we learn our social norms. It's where we understand about the state of the world around us. This actually is perhaps even more important, you could say, in the macro strategic sense, than the pure gaming segment. Although learning actually also intersects very heavily in the gaming world as well. Think about our children who are playing Minecraft, for instance, what they're experiencing and learning, or social behaviors. These are things they're already learning in the gaming world. So there's an intersection of that. But there's one, of course, major difference, which is that education already and learning is already a multi-trillion-dollar space, in which basically close to, the prediction is that in a number of years by 2030, it will be a $10 trillion industry. So combine that together with what's happening in the mass adoption space and the gaming space, we believe these are going to be some of the key drivers that basically bring us towards Web3 adoption. One of the reasons why we are also investing in the learning and education space. So in closing, in the importance of Web3 and comparing it basically to actual national economies, there's a clear correlation that those countries in the physical world that have strong property rights actually have much stronger GDPs, much stronger economic outputs, and more value that is basically being shared across the entire communities rather than just a concentrated small number. And we see this, the fact that we can own property and our intellectual property rights are protected in places like Hong Kong or the US or all these countries, is a reason why we're also willing to sort of pay the higher prices or maybe the higher taxes or the higher infrastructure costs because of the fact that we have more freedoms and better economic opportunities, versus on the extreme side, say places like North Korea, which have no property rights, for instance. And while they could be very controlled and centralized, actually we don't actually have any rights in these places. And you can't get any capital formation because in the end, you actually don't own anything from that perspective. And that's also the reason why the places that have strong property rights have also correlated much higher freedoms than those that do not. And we think the same effect is going to take place in the digital world, meaning that the digital world today is very much in the no property rights segment, which means that economically, despite the fact that it has created a multi-trillion-dollar industry already, is actually at the stage of no property rights in terms of economic terms, which is the reason why things like advertising, for instance, and we as end users are only worth dollars or maybe cents versus actually what our real output should be worth if we actually had property rights attached to it. And in closing, I wanted to give you this illustration. Last year, in 2022, close to $24 billion was basically transacted with non-fungible tokens. These, as one example, mostly as we consider them in cultural items in the world of Web3. But there's one big difference here, that in Web2, the kind of royalties and value that was contributed to the users and creators was somewhere in the order of $7 billion. And that's from the big companies like Spotify, for instance. And while that's impressive, that $7 billion went to creators, the users obviously received nothing for it. In the Web3 world, though, of the $24 billion, the vast majority, over $20 billion of it, actually went to creators and owners of their digital assets. And so already in a very short period of time, when you think about the NFT industry being really just a few years, value has shifted entirely from the centralized platforms to the owners and the creators, which is one of the reasons why we believe that Web3 is just so powerful, because it also can provide broadly more equity for those that actually contribute to the ecosystem, to that shared network effect that we describe. So in closing, we're already at this point. Web3 is basically going to be the next iteration of the internet, in our belief. And because of the immense value that is already able to contribute relative to what's happening in Web2, we believe that this is the path of the future and that everyone else would want to ultimately see. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yetsu, for the very interesting keynote. Up next, may I invite Jen Huang, Head of Idea Lab Innovation Platform Alibaba, to give us a keynote speech on the Metaverse infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Jen on stage.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jen, and I come from Alibaba. I take care of innovation incubator inside of Alibaba, and we mainly serve internal innovators in case they want to do something out of their current job. So this is something about my background. And also I realized yesterday that 好像说中文，感觉大家可能会接受程度更大一些哈，所以我觉得我接下来我还是说中文吧。然后虽然我准备的时候是用英语的。那么今天很高兴呢，其实有这样的一个机会呢，跟大家分享一下。其实作为一个非常 typical、非常典型的一个Web2 的一个大厂，那我们是怎么拥抱Web3，尤其是在元宇宙、NFT 什么这些领域里，我们的一些实践是什么？我们开始以前呢，我其实想给大家去先播放一个视频，那么想给大家看一下，就是我们做了一些什么样的元宇宙的一些尝试啊。这个呢是我们内部，刚才我介绍了，就是我们 Idea Lab 是一个内部创新，所以我们因此呢配套做了一个3D 版啊，就是说我们为了鼓励更多的员工呢来去做创新作品，那么只要做创新作品呢，我们就会给他们送一个 NFT， 然后呢这个 NFT 其实也代表在这个我们这个创新岛上的一座房子啊，所以是这样的一个理念做的这个作品。然后在里面呢做不同事情人也不同的一些权益，然后呢可以去不同的地方啊。那么在之后呢，我们其实也做了一些其他的一些尝试。那比方说像一些这个潮玩 IP， 那么他们其实在淘宝店上其实只是一个平面的店，那我们把它翻成一个3维的店。那当然商家在这个里头其实也可以去卖相关的 NFT 或者是领 NFT 的买多买少，然后按照不同的权益，有不同的这个世界里的一些特殊的一些特权啊。这个作品是双11期间呢，其实在这个淘宝端内是上线的。那么第3个呢是最近应该是这1-2周会去上线的一个新的作品啊。 那么这个也是我们和优酷合作的，上线了一个叫做邮物博物馆的那么一个小作品。这边呢是我们其实基于了一条这个国家部委和优酷合作的一条文物交易链。那么把很多的一些这个好的一些文物作品啊，各方面的东西，其实都放在这个博物馆里头。那消费者呢能过来观看以外，还可以去做一些二创。最后呢是一个也是刚刚上线的一个作品，也是另外一个BU 的一个 request。那么我们做的事情其实就是一个 internal social 啊，就员工在这儿认识朋友、交往啊，做各种各样的有意思的事情啊。因为不知道大家是否了解阿里巴巴的内网啊，我们是一个非常非常 open 的一个内网，然后大家希望做一些再往前做成3D 化、元宇宙化的一个作品啊，所以基本上给大家简单的去展现一下我们做的一些这个作品那么实际上这些作品其实背后呢都有一些比较相同的地方哈。那么也是我们去看这个元宇宙市场往下走一步的一些关键。我相信可能在座的从业者可能会更会关心的一件事情是，元宇宙这件事情的一个未来市场空间是多大？虽然其实业界有很多的预测哈，未来10年可能这个市场会有20倍的增长啊什么的，但是我们今天其实看现实呢，好像不是那么一回事儿。那么大家的左边这张图呢是戛纳公司的一个预测，也就是在这些新技术、新概念的这个生命周期里头，然后大家可以看到，其实是最左下方是这个元宇宙啊 ，Metaverse， 然后它在 blockchain，包括 Web3这所有的概念之后啊，然后去走向这个风口和低谷，所以其实是一个非常非常漫长的一个旅程。那么可喜的呢是政府哈，我相信大部分的这个观众都来自于大陆哈，其实和 Web3的态度呢不太一样，然后元宇宙是被中国大陆各个地方政府是极力这个推崇的，然后呢很多地方的政府都会推出各种各样的政策呢，希望去扶植更多的元宇宙的一个作品出台。那么所以虽然这个市场目前其实说实话不是像1年半以前那么的火热，但我们还是看到的很多的这样的一个机会啊，所以我们看起来是这个挑战和机会是并存的。那么往前走啊，那我们怎么理解元宇宙哈？所以刚才给大家分享的那几个案例里，其实都有一个共性，就是我们做元宇宙其实并没有100%把它做成一个游戏啊。今天其实大部分的一些演讲都是从一个游戏的角度去讲Web2 和 Web3之间的区别，而我们做元宇宙呢，其实是和现实生活去做结合的。这个怎么讲？因为像元宇宙或者是游戏这样的作品都是一个虚拟世界。那么，如果我们认为，如果一个元宇宙它不能使得真实生活更好，或者它不能跟真实生活有更好的一个结合的话，那其实它没有太大的一个市场价值。刚刚大家也提到，就是说全球有34亿人在玩游戏。那么试想是说，在34亿人里玩游戏，然后呢，你怎么样去跟游戏界去 PK 啊？当然 Web3是tokenization 是一种好的手段，但实际上我们会认为元宇宙本身其实是很多年前很多的作家其实已经预告了这一点，就是说我们希望我们住在里头就算我们不玩游戏，但是我们也可以住在里头。那么什么东西可以让它住在里头？这一定是跟我的生活相关。当然，这一切其实是挑非常非常的的场景，并不是每个场景都适合把它翻做成一个元宇宙啊。所以这是我们的观点。那并且呢，元宇宙其实也可以给虚拟世界带来很多的一些更多的应用场景。那试讲今天大家都在 trade NFT， 然后呢，但实际上你的 NFT 到底放在哪里，怎么用？对，当你有一个好的元宇宙的时候，然后你的 NFT 可以变成你在元宇宙家里的一幅画。如果你是一个NFT 的一个荣誉 SBT 的一个 holder， 那你在这个元宇宙世界里的可能你的形象比你家或者是更大，或者是更稀缺，那么它会创造大量的场景给到今天的 Web3 的很多虚拟世界，所以我们还是非常非常看好这个元宇宙给这个 这个人们或者消费者带来了一些改变。所以在我们做元宇宙作品的时候，我们其实是把 Web2 和 Web3 的技术呢放在一起去搭建的啊。那么大家可以看到，就是说在元宇宙的这个 ownership 的这个事情上，其实我们更偏向于社区。也就是说，虽然我是一个元宇宙平台，但是我会把更多的一些价值放给社区的一些创作者或者是运营者。第二呢，从运营的角度呢，我们其实并不是一个非常decentralized 的一个做法，因为这个如果大家知道道或者是做过道，大家会发现就是说每件事情我都要听社区的话，这个平台谁去 own 啊，谁去对吧治理啊，这些都是一个问题，你不能说纯是靠一些这个代码手段去做这件事情。第三呢，这个 identity 呢，目前其实我们的做法都是 platform 去 control 的，一个原因呢是因为我们做的作品其实它都是在大陆去做运营。另外一个原因呢，也是一个我在阿里这些年做这个产品的一些心得吧，也就是说消费者其实会非常非常讨厌你去拿他的数据做一些不太好的事情，但是让你真的按照我们纯 Web3 专注数据的这个说法，我们把数据还给他你随便去问街上问一个人，然后他知道这个数据怎么用吗？他并不知道数据怎么用，他可以说好，我有了数据，所以因此我可以去做广告做什么，但其实大部分人是并不知道怎么样去用它的数据的。所以目前其实我们还是 platform control， 但是是在消费者的这个授权之下，然后也会有一定的一些规则去使得这个数据可以使得做更好的一个共享。那么再往下呢，其实就 business model。然后呢，刚才有几位这个 panelists 也谈到，就是说今天其实我们还得要靠大量的广告和这个有钱的客户来去搭建这个元宇宙，这样使得呢可以对吧，更多的人可以进来，因为坦白讲，这个还是一个比较昂贵的一个制作的一个成本，所以这个一系列的一些事情，其实就是我们选择了一个 Web3 和 Web2 之间的一个好的平衡，那去构建我们的这个元宇宙，使得希望呢就是说它既好玩，然后呢但是也是合规然后呢最重要的就是我们会认为本质上不能完全开放这件事情呢，给我们一个机会是什么？我们会非常非常毫无保留的去 focus， 去锻造一个更好的一个元宇宙世界给到我们的最终消费者。因为本质上所有的一个作品，刚刚很多人也提到，就是说，可能不管是 Web2 还是 Web3，其实这个世界里我们最希望实现的其实一个好的产品。那么一个好的产品本质上可以解决什么样问题也就是说，元宇宙再往下一步发展，然后我们的观点会在于，它的一个上限是在于它是否能同时满足或者同时提高消费者的虚拟世界和真实世界的一个体验同时。那么这个同时呢，怎么去解释？也就是说，比方说他在进入元宇宙这个世界以前，那他可能已经这个有很好的这个购物体验了大家也都知道对吧？中国的电商、中国的社交、中国的甚至今天的攻略，然后内容平台都非常非常的发达。它其实已经可以在那些平台上享受到很好的衣食住行，然后以及更高的一些文化精神的一些需求。那它为什么还要在3D 的一个世界里重新再去开启这一切呢？所以这里面有很多很多的一些切入点是需要去满足的。也就是说，这个切入点如果不对，你的选择赛道不对，可能呢这个元宇宙从第一天开始其实就注定是失败的是失败的。这也是我们看到为什么市面上有非常非常多的一些作品，今天其实都没有应该说非常成功。我们大概其实做了一些 BI 的一些调查，然后中国市场上大概最高DAU 或说错了，最高的这个用户量的注册量的一个元宇宙作品应该是1000万左右。那比起我们动不动就是10亿 APP这个1000万和这个10亿 大家都还没有去做 Web3啊。然后呢，这个 gap 是非常非常宏大的。总结下来呢，大概我们有这几个方面是我们认为可能今天的所有的元宇宙作品做得不够好的。当然，这个背后的一个 baseline 是我们定位元宇宙是一个3D 的内容社交平台。好，这个论证呢，我今天没有时间去解释，但所以就是同时做好3D， 同时呢会去做内容，同时呢会去把社交这件事情做到极致，以及同时会做好一个平台治理的厂家和个人工作室不太多啊，包括我们自己啊。然后且在一个10亿人或者10几亿人的一个中国的这个华人市场上，互联网公司是在2维互联网公司的强大，使得真的一个好的作品，你就算有一个好的原型，你把它长大，其实也非常非常的一个痛苦和艰难。但同时我们也是保持乐观的。我们的乐观是在于，其实新的技术形态带来了很多一些新的可能性。那么大家的左边这张图其实是奇迹创坛陆琪先生去年的一番分享哈。然后呢大家的右边呢也是干的公司对元宇宙相关的 XR 和那个内容技术的一些研判。那么总结下来呢，大概有3个维度，是我们认为都是一些机会。那么第一个维度呢，是一个互联网的一个内容消费的那么一个发展趋势。大家也知道，就是说文本、图片、视频，是今天2维互联网的一个主流。那么到了 XR 这种体验融合的这个创新呢，其实这个是再往前看啊，脑机结合其他的都是未来的一个趋势1。那趋势2呢，是一个端啊，我们其实也能看到，就是所有的端是越来越小，手机越来越小，包括这个头显可能也是越来越小哈。我们要看国际其他大厂的一些新的一些作品会是长什么样。但这2件事情呢，本质上是一个 conflict 啊，这个不知道大家有没有意识到？也就是说，内容是因为3D 化或者 XR 化带来了更多的一些内容的密度和浓度，然后但是它所有的一切都要聚集在一个小的手机上的时候，你的沉浸感对你来说，对每一个消费者来说，其实是虚无的。所以在这个矛盾之下，为什么是说很多的元宇宙就算它出台了，但是实际上也非常非常难使得消费者有真正的不一样的一些好的感受哈。那么第3个趋势呢，其实就是也是跟 Web3 相关哈，也就是中国几乎所有的互联网公司都到了一个我们叫做流量见顶，或者说消费互联网已经到了一个这个瓶颈，也就是说无法再去扩容新的用户了。那么在这个时候呢，其实就是说平台机制大家经常去诟病的平台这个流量数据，然后呢，这可能是一个平台无法再去往上去长大的一个本质的一个因素。那所以基于一些 Web3 区块链的一个很好的一些去中心化或者是半去中心化的一些做法，其实都是一个新的元宇宙平台的一个诞生的一些可能性所以在这个可能性之下呢，我们会认为这个因为业界有各种各样的一些这个做法去构建或者去 frame 元宇宙的一些基础设施哈。那我们说的基础设施呢，其实是一个 app 的基础设施。那我们会认为Web2 和 Web3 的技术其实做更好的融合才是一个更适合的一个未来。那么这个架构里，其实最底层的这些元宇宙技术呢，我这边不去多阐述了，因为任何一个游戏平台任何一个 XR 平台的底座其实都差不多。那么往上是有些不一样的地方。首先，我们会认为一个元宇宙是一个多方运营、多方来参与的一个地方，所以每天每时每刻可能有不同的人在那办活动，所以运营平台或者是让他们可以更好的去使用这个平台的这些API 或者这些组件是必要的。第二呢，就是管理所有的3D 资产的一些内容平台。那这个其实可能这个所在的这个行业人士也不会觉得特别的一些稀奇。但我们这边呢，特别的就是把一些我们自己 Web2 用的比较好的一些实践，也同时融入进来。那这个其实就是一个可组合的一个软件技术。那可组合的代码呢，最知名的这个实践就是阿里巴巴的中台 就是如果是一个用户登录进来，部分信息归平台，部分信息其实是在隐私的管控之下归这个消费者啊。那不仅仅是用户数据可以那么做，营销卡券也可以那么做。然后呢，交易各方面，一个商家店铺也可以那么做，所以这个大概在业界的一个说法，其实是一个可组合的一个软件应用的一个模式。那么再往下，其实 AIGC 的一个新的一个形态的一些产品的一个到来，其实也使得这个架构里会多一层内容创作者的一些工具啊等等。最后呢，就是 Web3 了。刚才其实我也留意到，然后刚才一些 gaming industry 的一些专家提到，其实大家在GameFi 或者是元宇宙里，其实用到区块链，其实基本上我们只用 NFT 的这薄薄的一层啊。说实话，我们只用 NFT 这薄薄的一层。那么只是这一层，其实你会发现整个元宇宙也会不太一样。只是呢，经验告诉我们，其实最大的问题并不是说你是否有这个理念，你是否有那么一些这个把好的技术融合在一起的这个能力。难的事情其实是怎么样去教育消费者啊。比方说，今天在 Web2 平台，所有的一切你进去的时候都是免费的。那如果是说现在你要领一个 token、领一个 NFT 才去享用这个平台内容的时候，我们要扪心自问，消费者是否会去接受这一切所以最后呢，是我们的几个 take away 和 punchline， 也就是我今天的一些总结。那我认为呢，今天其实元宇宙的发展，然后最大的一个竞争对手是二维互联网。那么如果需要做一个差异化策略的话，其实最重要的事情是找到一个很好的切入点啊。游戏 gaming industry 的人可能他们也不是很擅长去做，然后呢，在这个行业里，然后二维互联网也很难去把它实现数字化啊。那么这个切入点是什么？第二点呢是这个元宇宙最终是一个内容平台啊。那么今天的内容平台是谁？今天的内容的一个巨头都是像抖音啊或者其他的这样的一些这个互联网公司。但是视频技术呢，其实并不是那么擅长去或者可以让大家做很好的一个社交。所以呢，那么为了去把一个元宇宙作品做大呢，最重要的事情就是把创作者工具，就像抖音的初期、小红书的初期一样，我们需要把创作者工具这件事情也做到极致。那么第三件事情呢，其实是我们也认为元宇宙其实是一个非常非常长期的一个工程啊，这个工程。那么这个工程呢，不必等到某一天技术都成熟了才去做，其实用今天的技术里面可以有文本，可以有其他的所有的东西融合在一起，其实就可以去搭建或者去尝试迭代一个消费者可能会去喜欢的一个作品，然后呢找到好的地方呢，不断的再去演进它。最后呢是 Web3， 那 Web3 呢我认为其实只是一种获客手段运营手段和经济体系的一个问题。然后那核心还要去解决一个问题，就是好的内容谁创作，谁被鼓励谁拥有这样的一些权利。那么 AIGC 呢是一个非常非常好的机会去 connect Web3 世界和这个元宇宙世界所以这是一个未来我们非常非常看好，且我们自己也会去持续去投入的一个方向然后最后是我的这个非常非常感谢大家，然后这边也有一些我的联系方式，如果是业界的这个同僚的话，我们也欢迎这个一起更多的一些交流。好，谢谢大家。
谢谢 Jen 的精彩分享。Thank you, Jen, for the inspirational presentation. Next, may I invite Ms. Sarah Mao, Director of Christie's Education Asia Pacific, to give us another keynote. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause to Ms. Sarah Mao. Round of applause, please. Over to you, Sarah.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, 大家好. We're going to change the channel back into English, so for those who need to listen to the simultaneous Mandarin, please feel free to do so. I'm delighted to be here. I come from a very, very different industry, so I'm not going to purport to know very much about the crypto world or Web3. So today, my sharing is really on NFT and art now. In kind of a world that you all exhibit in, I think Christie's or even fine art is definitely a new space for us. It all started, NFT and art was never really in the art world's radar. If we think about last year, for those who may be budding art collectors or who enjoy art, the most expensive art ever sold through Christie's was Leonardo da Vinci's Salvator Mundi that sold for $450 million US. Last year, we sold an Andy Warhol piece called Blue Shot Sage Marilyn for close to 200, $195 million US. So NFT was never really part of the ecosystem within which the art world was operating until Beeple. So I'm sure Beeple is a household name perhaps for NFT collectors or art collectors. Beeple fetched an unprecedented $69.3 million US during its auction sale 2 years ago. And this was really catapulted the business or the notion of NFT in the fine art world sphere or even in the auction market sphere. Many people saw kind of Beeple sell an NFT, the Everyday 500s, as a start of how NFT as a vehicle could create limitless potential to artists, give opportunity to young artists to showcase their works, but of course also bring in a new generation, a new family of collectors who would be interested to collect art through this manner, through this vehicle as well. So Beeple sold the NFT in 2021. This is the artwork itself. I don't know if any of you have actually seen it online. They're actually a culmination or putting together of 5,000 days in his life. He created a digital artwork every single day and he put it together in a single piece to create the artwork itself. So these are some of the examples of the work. They're all completely unique. They're all kind of incredibly artistic. And perhaps in the fine art world, if he had just created it, if he had just printed it onto a canvas and presented it at a gallery and an auction world, people may not have stood up and paid attention to the work very much. But because he presented it in this format, because he used kind of NFT as a way to combine and put together all the works together in one cell, I think that's what made it incredibly unique, incredibly special. And for Christie's as well, this is a neo frontier because it incorporated cryptocurrency. It incorporated the sale of it through kind of a smart contract address and it being minted in February 2021. If we kind of look at the NFT ecosystem, it is quite different to the art world ecosystem. In the art world ecosystem, the auction house really sits kind of, I would say, in the center of the solar system of the art world. So it kind of takes part, in part compared to galleries, compared to artists, the art auction place or the auction market as a secondary provider really is the forerunner with regards to knowledge, the opening of information, the pricing of artwork and sales. But here kind of in the NFT ecosystem, as we said, we're kind of a different player. We sit as a different player and we sit kind of more at the bottom section in a smaller portion of the entirety of the ecosystem. In NFT, of course, we have creators. We can't have a business without creators, similar to artists. We have to have buyers and collectors. Of course, there are marketplaces in place for it, as well as influencers, social media, the metaverse, as well as auction houses. So auction houses kind of play a part in it, but in a different way compared to traditional fine art or kind of physical art that we know it at present moment. There are, of course, a variety of different platforms that allow for the trade of kind of NFTs. OpenSea being kind of one of the key ones. Apart from art, it spans all across the different boards. You've heard today, especially on this afternoon's track, all the different ways kind of it can be functioned, whether it's collectibles, photography, music, sports, trading cards, utility, or virtual worlds. If we were to kind of consider the top 50 kind of highest ranking artists that are successful in the NFT sphere. If you go to fortune.com/NFTY50, these are kind of the top artists, as we say, currently in this sphere, with Beeple and CryptoPunks taking kind of top. I think notable one, of course, is Mark Cuban, the billionaire, who is kind of so bullish and heavy kind of in that sphere as well. This is kind of the top collectors, whether it's Sandbox, Mutant Ape Yacht Club, and all the different kind of collectors in OpenSea. But of course, as I said, I'm not here kind of presenting or, being kind of a specialist within the whole NFT realm. My specialty here is in art, specifically in fine art, specifically on kind of trading items of NFT of high value similar to kind of what Christie's sells in the physical art world. So Christie's has taken leaps and bounds to be kind of center, take up space in the sphere. We were the first auction house to sell an NFT in March 21. We were the first auction house to accept cryptocurrency. 75% of the $150 million that we sold of NFTs came from new clients. And all digital art and NFT sales of Christie's between March 21 and August 22nd was off-chain. Currently, of course, our NFT market outlook is, we see it as a maturing category. Christie's has invested in the space. Christie's Ventures was set up last year. And of course, it is an incubator for many, many very talented artists filled with limitless potential in the realm. Specifically to Christie's, we have had quite a few landmark sales and transactions with regards to NFTs as well as artists, the Robert Alice being an incredibly important one. I highlight the sale of October 2020. This was before the Beeple sale, and you can see its price realized was not particularly spectacular, shall we say, selling $131,250, even though its historical value and its depth of value in terms of the meaning of the art was interesting. What followed, rather, after kind of this sale on 11th of March 2021 that sold for $69 million, came more opportunities for artistic development, for artistic kind of empowerment with regards to the use of this platform. Refik Anadol being one of this, his living architecture run on algorithms that is changes as you walk through the piece. Obviously, you can see inspirations from like Gaudi's Barcelona, but there is that kind of living architecture, that kind of interaction between the human or the viewer and the art together. Melting Memories, of course, being one of that. But I think what many of you may recognize, and if you think about kind of your own avatars or your own collectibles, of course, kind of Lava Labs, CryptoPunks, Bored Ape Yacht Clubs was one of the key drivers with regards to the fine art NFT world in 2021 and the starter pit. So the sale of kind of the Lava Labs here achieved a total of 16.9 million. There are kind of a mixture of trying to meld history. So if we think about art in past, present, and future context, artists are looking to combine the possibilities of taking what they know, taking what they can achieve, putting it in kind of that futuristic sphere. Rewind Collective is one of that. Remember Us 4, also called Watch Your Head, is kind of a reinterpretation of 16th and 17th century female artists put together in a digital format. Talking about present, of course, we have Emily Ratajkowski, Buying Myself Back, a model for redistribution. We think about social media. We might be talking about, all of you may be incredible kind of computer coders, tech kind of futuristics, but many of the things that's happening on the social platform, if we looked at the previous presentation just now with Alibaba, all of it is on visual, all of it is on optics and kind of images and art. So this kind of item, of course, is in reference to social media, in reference to Instagram, and putting that together, this one kind of sold for $175,000. Very different to kind of the free images that you'd be posting usually on your Instagrams. Another combination of fine art with regards to kind of the NFT sphere or the digital world, of course, is this groundbreaking online auction of 5 unique NFTs of digital work created by Andy Warhol. Andy Warhol, even if you aren't in the art space, I'm sure all of you will know kind of the name. Not only was he one of the key landmark sales last year for Christie's with Blue Shot Sage Marilyn, the foundation themselves recovered these digital works that were on floppy disks, how many of us are old enough to remember floppy disk in the mid-1980s, and kind of culminated them together to put it as a sale. This was realized for $3.37 million. It was the first time the foundation extracted kind of these images and positioned it as an artwork itself, rather than a piece of legacy, rather than a piece of history. Collaboration, of course, is why we're all here today and why we're all keen to kind of hear and speak from each other. So the collaboration with Lady Phoenix was also kind of something we wanted to do with regards to new media, with regards to kind of trying new things. This proof of sovereignty and curated NFT sale was done by Lady Phoenix. There are 18 lots that happened that sold for close to $1 million. Following kind of these collaborations, following kind of this these ideas from fine art to digital art, we also have kind of a few examples that came, whether it's from Ferocious, Super Plastic, Misha Khan. And with regards to collections and collectors specifically, we had kind of No Time Like Present, a curated collection of NFTs by a collector in Asia, Mr. Sean Yu, who sold kind of his works, including CryptoPunks, Yuga Labs Bored Ape, as well as the Meebits. This was the first NFT auction ever offered in Asia before, and so that was very significant for us. When we talk about the development of art, apart from kind of visuals or digital art, we also have videos. So this white male for sale NFT video was a slow motion shot of a generic white male in his work shorts and pants as kind of Brooklyn or Black Brooklyn passed by. So this also kind of gave us a new platform or a new way to consider how we can position art, or how art can be sold and visualized through kind of this new platform. Another one was the curio cards. I think this kind of in relation to our current kind of appetite for social media, our current appetite for optics and the immediacy of things. So many of these images are instantly recognizable for us. How it was kind of changed or emitted so that you have to kind of take a second look or take a second glance was one of the reasons why this full set of curio cards was created. And this was the first time in a major auction house, Christie's was accepting live bidding in Ether itself. Another very interesting one is Twin Flames by Justin Aversano. This piece was the first NFT and photo auction with a physical collection of 100 photos. So not only kind of traversing into the digital realm, but combining kind of physical art with digital art together for collectors to have something kind of in their hands, or something that they can kind of put on their walls, together with kind of tracing or a fungible token online as well. We mentioned Yuga Labs, and of course kind of Osinachi. This one was the first NFT by a contemporary African artist. Many times when we talk about art and we talk about the different themes, of course we have young living artists, we have female artists, and of course one key theme that has been running in recent years is contemporary African art. This was offered in Christie's in Europe and was the first NFT collaboration for the group themselves. Beeple's Human 1, this was kind of following the Everyday 500. This was kind of one of the things that Beeple created. If any of you have visited M+, you will have noticed the piece being presented there. The artist himself was here last month during Art Week in Art Basel, and you may have seen this work present here at the convention center at the LGDR booth, where it was later sold to a Chinese art museum, private art museum, where it kind of received significant or quite kind of important new media and news with regards to its sale. The artist himself was present. The artist is very vocal about its creation and development, and we are definitely looking to see new things. People just launched a new crossover with kind of an artist, so there's many cool things here in store for collectors and aficionados alike. If we go back to some of the collaborative kind of opportunities with regards to Christie's, of course, as we mentioned, OpenSeas being one of the key platforms to trading NFTs, Christie's also worked together to do a joint kind of cooperative auction with OpenSeas platforms. we had kind of the frenzy sale, Friends with You. Kind of this was one of the things that happened as well. And if we kind of look, of course, I'm here not to just talk about some of the first, but also some of the top features or the top NFTs that are transacted. We just need to kind of take a look at kind of this as well as its sales. These are the top 10 pieces of NFT artworks that have been transacted recently. The merge pack sold through Nifty Gateway at 91 million, followed, as you can see, through a variety of different platforms, through a variety of different artists, but also more importantly, if we look at the imagery, it's very much in tune with kind of our day and age now. If we look at CryptoPunks being kind of an avatar for ourselves, that's really where kind of the direction of art creation is going. But when we think about people, of course, there's so many opportunities and so many different ways that art creation or NFT can develop within this sphere. In terms of groups, I would say these are kind of more or less the key kind of groups or collectibles or drivers within the market. Celebrity avatars, I'm sure most of you are fairly aware, if they're not changing constantly, they've probably become a landmark on their own kind of avatar site. I mentioned No Time Like Present, but of course another celebrity collector and someone who put together their own was the Fanta Bear by Jay Chow. So celebrities not only spearheading or driving the collecting market, but also creating kind of their own versions of their NFTs and minting them for sale also kind of was something that is of note. At the time of launch on the 1st of January, it was sold out within 40 minutes. I'm not going to comment on the current kind of situation now. I'm sure all of you can kind of look it up and check. But apart from celebrity collectors, of course, kind of real fine art or real kind of contemporary artists are standing up and paying attention to the sphere as well. Whether it's Cai Guoqiang, whether it's Murakami. So Murakami also has its own, whether it's lots of kind of new kind of contemporary cutting edge artists, they're also looking to develop either a new forms of art within this space or to take their existing physical art and transferring it into a digital space and seeing how it can be transformed or how it can attract kind of a new generation or new line of collectors to appreciate their artworks. Damien Hirst being one of them as well. And of course, there are lots of kind of new projects and new collaborations that we're seeing now in the sphere. One of it kind of course, is Beeple and Madonna. That's kind of something a visual that is quite memorable, but also kind of those crossovers and the opportunities with these crossovers is something that we find very exciting as well. As we mentioned, kind of Christie's started Christie's Ventures last year in 2022. It's a space that we're always kind of looking to find new potential and new collaborative projects on. Even though NFT sales hit a 12-month low after the cryptocurrency crash. So last year, the same way crypto had kind of its own winter, of course, NFTs together with it had kind of a less transactionary momentum. But let's not forget, these are created by artists, and artists aren't going to stop creating just because the value or the nominal value of the cryptocurrency or the base note has dropped. The art will always be there. The continuation and potential for these collectors or for the artists to create will always be there. So it is definitely a space that we're very excited to continue to look at, and that we hope all of you will continue to support as well. And of course, we always want to end in optimism. I'm sure all of you are keeping track of the currency and the pricing more so than I am with regards to Bitcoin and Ether. It's definitely kind of, as it grows, of course, we can notice the momentum of NFT art creation will be growing concurrently together with it. Even as we mentioned, the sale of NFTs had kind of dropped to under 1.5 billion in 2022, but we are incredibly optimistic with regards to kind of the collection of both blue chip art as well. Where's my slide? The collection of blue chip art as well as the volume of sales in 2023. And with that, I believe my time is up. I hope all of you enjoyed the presentation, and I look forward to meeting you all during this conference as well. 谢谢大家。
Thank you, Sarah, for the inspirational presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, a gentle reminder for all of you. Simultaneous interpretation are provided during all sessions. You can use WeChat, Twitter, browser, etc. to scan the QR code of simultaneous interpretation on the signage at the entrance of each venue or the conference brochure and listen to simultaneous interpretation through your mobile phone. You are also recommended to bring your headphones to the venue in advance. So now, ladies and gentlemen, may we have another panel discussion on the topic of the infinite possibilities of NFT. And may I have the honor to invite the following speakers on stage. They are Qin Cheng, founder of 2DAO3, partner of Hong Kong Wanxiang Wisdom Resources Singapore. Sunny founder of Chinese App Club and YIBI Group and founder of I Love NFT. Chen Huanren, renowned songwriter and singer. Yvonne, co-founder of Parrot, Web3 news social platform. Nick, initiator of Chinese CryptoPunks community, Nangstyle, initiator of Chinese community. Qin Wen, head of China of Web3 Foundation. May we have the pleasure to invite Qin Qing to moderate the discussion for us, please. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause to all our speakers on stage. So now I'll pass the floor to Qing Qing. Over to you now.
OK，二人单歌。好的，非常荣幸有今天的时间来受到本场 co-organizer 我们叫 Pirate 的邀请来主持今天的这一场圆桌。那我刚刚看到就是下面在座的很多的朋友都是这个华人面孔哈，所以虽然主持用的是英文，但是我们这场 panel 用的是中文啊，所以这个可以跟大家交换这个意见会交换的更深入一些，所以这个是一个非常好的安排。那我也先做一个简单的自我介绍，我叫秦青，来自于2到3一个很小的一个道组织。那我们为什么叫2到3？是因为我们希望把 Web 2的好玩的人和事儿搬到 Web 3，就这么简单。后来呢，这个主要邀请我的是程序老师，程序老师说，要不然你赶快过来，这个跟我们这个主持一下这个，所以我说这个他也给了我一个很好的一个 title， 就叫半山智库的研究员。所以就很荣幸来这个主持这个，那我们就把剩下的时间留给精彩的各位嘉宾。那我们大概分为3个环节啊，第一个环节就邀请我们的每一位嘉宾都是非常 OG 的大佬了，来对自己作为一个简单的自我介绍，大概1分钟的时间，每个人3到5句，给自己贴一些标签在上面，好吗？那从 Sunny 开始。
大家好，我是 Sunny， 然后我是香港人。然后我是因为17年挖比特币去到内地创业，然后就第一次创业融了1000万美金，那个时候做了比特币矿场跟以太币，所以我是比较像是币圈的原住民，就是我花的钱是花 crypto， 然后我要的话我就换成 fiat， 就比较自己 claim 自己为原住民吧。然后最近我们去年做了一个 Chinese App Club， 然后我也是发起人之一，我们就把很多 BAYC 的 holder 华人的聚在一起，目的的话都是希望把 BAYC 的 Asia holder 聚在一起，可以影响以后更多的一些新人进场。因为这个社区的话是非盈利机构，它会比较能活得长久吧。在牛市来的时候，我们的社区有可能价值会越来越大。
对，
现在我们大概有700个 verified 的 holder。在这里都是华人为主，然后分布全球吧，所以我们目前应该算是最大的 BAYC 组织。华人里面的话，然后希望我们华人也有一些发言权吧，在西方国家，在欧美那边。所以现在就目前是推动以 NFT 推动文化，让更多人通过这个社交文化进来，大概这个思路。谢谢。
好，谢谢 Sunny， 换人大哥。
谢谢，大家好，我是陈焕仁，耶、我做了20多年的音乐人、歌手、演员。那3年前开始研究 NFT 音乐，跟其他的数字艺术传媒一样，几乎归零了，或者就快要归零了。因为很愤怒，想帮助音乐人和艺术工作者，所以投入 NFT 寻找新的 solution。那我在过去3年发了4个 NFT project， 那基本每个 project 都平均有20多万美金的收入，那就证明了 NFT 是可行的一个方法，一个方向。然后继续想鼓励更多 creators 从事 NFT 的工作。接下来的3年呢，会比较专注 art tech 的发展。现在我在康门区，香港的 Cultures and Leisure 的 board， 那想帮香港的art tech 的发展做一些 POC。希望能够为香港做出一些新的突破，为下一代的艺术 creators 闯出一个新的天地。谢谢。
谢谢焕仁大哥，遗忘。
Hello， 大家好，我是遗忘，也是我们这场圆桌的这个 co-organizer 啊。我们新做了一个项目叫 Parrot， 它是一个 Web3 的新闻加社交的一个平台。然后 Parrot 呢也是很荣幸能够跟万象和 HashKey 一起来参与到这次活动里面来。那我自己本人呢，其实是有将近10年的媒体和品牌传播的经验。那也是在差不多3年前吧，相当于了解到 Web3， 然后以及这个 NFT， 就非常的感兴趣，就是全身 all in Web3 了啊。目前呢，我们除了这个 Parrot 的这个新闻社交的平台之外呢，我自己也会在看非常多的 Web3 social 这个赛道。所以现在也相当于非常的这个倾情投入于 Web3 社交的这个赛道里面，大概就这样。一会儿可以给大家多介绍一下 Parrot 这个项目。
好的，谢谢遗忘和 Parrot。Nick，
大家好，我是那个Nick， 然后我发起了这个 CryptoPunk 的中文社区，然后也发起了 Nonstop 的中文社区。那 CryptoPunk 大家应该是比较熟悉了，然后 Nonstop 呢，它是一个NFT 最大的一个道。然后它的国库现在有28000个以太坊，其实我个人比较看好这个项目有2个原因，第一是我们 CryptoPunk 的很多大佬，他都持有了这个 Nonce， 然后包括冯波啊、蔡文胜还有昨天发言的曾总，他们都有持有。然后另外就是现在这个道的国库规模，其实哪怕马上把这个道解散掉，那他每个人可以分到50到60个 ETH， 但是现在你 bid 的一个 Nonce 只需要30到40个 ETH， 所以我也发起了这个 Nonce 的中文社区借助我在 CryptoPunk 这个影响力。对，然后如果是感兴趣要在这个加密原生用户群体里面去建立影响力的个人组织或者是品牌，都可以跟我联系，谢谢。
太棒了 ，Nick。好，谢谢，是晴雯。
大家好，我是晴雯，我来自 Web3 基金会。Web3 基金会它服务于 Polkadot 这条公链。Polkadot 也是由以太坊的创始人 CTO Gavin Wood 博士创立的。我们的 DOT 代币在全球的市值在第10位左右。除了在 Polkadot 生态之外，我也是长期的 NFT 和 Art Tech 的建设者。其实刚刚我们这位 Speaker Sarah， 她也是我的朋友。4年前的大概现在，也是在这个场地，佳士得香港举办了在香港的第1届科技艺术峰会。当时我是在这个峰会上唯一的一个去做区块链keynote 的 panelist。然后所以我是从2018年左右跟随着佳士得伦敦开始了艺术科技的关注。 在2021年，在 Beeple Sale 被 announce 之后，我们正好我和我的展览的合伙人博涵，我们正好在在筹备Virtual Niche 虚拟深境在 UCCA Lab 北京的展览。这也是我的这个艺术科技的展览跟大家的一个就大家知道我的一个原因。那个展览非常的成功。之后的话，我也和佳士得和苏富比有在Christie Education 方面的合作，跟为佳士得伦敦和香港做了2期 NFT one-on-one 的课程。然后也有幸在苏富比的 Metaverse 上，和其他18位的全球藏家一起，这个 auction 了自己的收藏。然后我向大家推荐的是2位拥有中国艺术风背景的这个 NFT 的数字艺术家。当然我也有幸早期参与了不少，就是现在当红的一些digital art 的这个平台，然后包括2018年就结识的像 Super Real，包括自己也做了很多这个 AI art，generative art 的收藏。
太棒了，看来晴雯也是我们的老朋友了。那其实我刚刚是想邀请你们每个人给自己贴个标签，不过听下来你们的标签都非常的多啊。比如说晴雯这边，我的总结感觉他更像是一个布道者 ，Art Tech 的布道者，非常棒的。那 Nick 呢，其实应该是说我有很富有的国库，我是一个国库的 Guardian， 是吧？
一部分。
OK， 一部分。以望，我们是最熟的，但是我很难给你找标签。你想一个，待会儿啊，我再总结一下。这个换人大哥，对，换人大哥，美女，但是肯定很重要。还有换人大哥是我们华语圈研究 Web3 的技术最深的一位了，我是这么理解的。昨天晚上我们讨论了2个小时，他跟我讲 ZK， 讲 DID， 讲了很多，我觉得他非常的资深。然后 OK，Sunny 也是这个非常棒的一个，我特别喜欢你的那个项目叫 I Love NFT， 回头我们可以好好聊一下。那作为我们这场的 co-organizer， 遗忘。你给自己以及 Parrot 贴一个什么样的标签？
我觉得要先说给 Parrot 贴个标签吧。
OK。
它其实就是新闻加社交、News and Social。其实很多人可能在场的这个听众可能听起来会觉得说 news 和 social 怎么才能结合在一起？或者说其实 news 是非常小众或者说非常专业的一个市场。但是因为我们在考虑在 Web3 到底要做一件什么样的事情的时候呢，我们其实要回答2个问题。第一个问题就是在 Web3 里面怎么样才能够让更多的人、更多的用户接入进来，并且愿意留在 Web3 这个领域里面。这也是我觉得从去年像 East Denver， 今年的 East Denver 到现在，我们今天这场 Festival， 很多人都会讨论的一个话题，就是 Web3 怎么样能够做到所谓的 mass adoption。这个问题，我觉得还是比较难以回答的。但是，我想我们可以从一个独特的角度来回答这个问题。新闻可能是一个比较专业的领域，但是我想在座的每一位，每一天早上起来，可能你的第一件或者第2件事情就是打开 News App 去 check 去看一看，在 Crypto 和 Web3 领域里面有一些什么样的新鲜事正在发生。所以其实 News 离我们每个人都非常近。那我们就在想说，我们怎么样能够让所有的人都能够看新闻这件事情变成一个也受到激励，在 Web3 里面受到激励的事情？那这样子的话，其实就是从某一个角度来说，可以让更多的用户接入到我们这个 app， 以及接入到我们 Web3 这个领域里面来。对，所以对，这是我们可能可以给 Parrot 贴的标签啊，新闻加社交。
好的，那你就顶着美女和 Parrot 的标签吧。好，那接下来的问题我想要请教一下换人大哥，因为昨天我们聊了很多，就是您也曾经在一个采访上面提到说 NFT 是一个非常好的方式，可以帮助音乐人能够减少他们的贫富差距。那你也刚刚提到的是，您发的这个 NFT 的项目其实也有每个大概是超过了$20万左右的一个收入。那么其实我们可以看到，比如说之前类似于像 Justin Bieber， 他玩了熊啊，那个叫做 In Between， 还有也玩了 BAYC 的猴子。那其实他们通过玩 NFT， 赚到了更多的钱，在我们看来有点像是屠龙少年终成恶龙的这种情况。那么您也一直鼓励音乐人要使用 NFT 这个手段，那能不能在这里跟我们讲一讲，具体应该怎么使用 NFT 这个手段，来让我们的音乐人可以更好的生活？
谢谢。NFT 其实 NFT 不是一个很成熟的手段。NFT 特别的还在一个婴儿的阶段，虽然已经火了3年，存在了有6、7年。在很久很久以前 ，NFT 根本就不叫 NFT，叫 Crypto Art。然后发生了 Crypto Kitties， 然后发了 Crypto Punks， 然后美国有几个non-profit 的 NFT 团体都做了一些 当时叫 Crypto Art。那NFT 是不是可行呢？可不可以真的在艺术界、文化界拉近这个贫富悬殊的问题呢？贫富差距的问题呢？我相信可以，不过目前为止还不够成熟，因此呢没办法在大量的市场有 substantial 的效应。很多现在看到的很多 NFT 的成功故事呢，都是少数的，而是更是已经有钱有知名度的人，赚到更多的钱、更多的知名度，看上去是特别不公平的。目前实在是不是很公平的一件事情。不过，在一个 Web 2.0统治的世界里面，在一个要消费艺术产品和文化产品都是靠 streaming 的时候呢，音乐人、艺术工作朋友们都赚不到有意义的收入的时候，为何不在 Web 3.0闯出一个新的天地，试试看一个有可能性，在一个有可能性的地方去发愤图强，而不要Why stay in a place where there's no opportunity, where there is another place where there could be opportunity? What do we have to lose? There is no opportunity cost. That's what I'm saying. So, in the world of NFTs in Web3, you could be dabbling in tokenized solutions. You could be dabbling in non-fungible solutions like NFT. 你也可以试试看。Web 3.0周围的一些东西 ，on-off ramping 的阶段的东西，就譬如现在之后我会搞arts technology， 就你会拿着手机入场看戏，然后用你的手机在 Web 3.0的形式去跟演出有交流，我觉得这才是真正的将来。然后在不久以后的将来呢，我觉得现在大家。要参与 Web 3.0的时候，肯定是大部分都是透过 PC， 透过你的苹果电脑。在不远的将来，很多这些 solutions 都会在手机上面发生。那我想，艺术也应该是一样的，我们应该往手机发展，而不是一直停留在desktop computers。希望。透过像我这样子的对 3.0 有兴趣的艺术人呢，能够推动新一批艺术人能够赚到钱，能够有足够的时间来谋生，来揣摩他们的艺术，而不是说艺术要死掉了，因为 AI 会代替所有的东西。我觉得还没有那么悲观。大家乐观一点，好好的掌握and embrace Web 3.0的 solutions， 我觉得将来肯定是比我们想象中更有希望、更光芒的。
太棒了，谢谢换人大哥。那我第二个问题想要提给晴雯，因为刚刚换人大哥反复提到一个词是 tech art， 对吧？那么晴雯其实从这个19年就开始布道这件事情，但是我们看到的是，就像刚刚提到的 Crypto Kitty 它大概是17年火的，到17到19年之间有一段沉寂的时间。那么在之后呢，我们发现说，由于艺术家 Beeples 的画带火了整个 NFT 的赛道。那么，晴雯作为这个整个赛道里面一直耕耘的一位这个从业者，您怎么去看到说现有的 NFT 的这种手段，对于不管是作画也好，还是这种艺术家，对于他们有一个什么样的提升？那他们可能原来在自己的创作空间里面用的是画笔或者是其他的一些手段，但现在它迁移到了数字空间里，那么这个提升到底你看到的是什么？可以跟我们分享。
这是个非常好的问题。我觉得首先从历史上来看，我们现在所经历的一切科技艺术发展的这个趋势，它是不可逆的。其实我们讲 NFT，我觉得可以把这个问题拆分成两个维度，一个是科技艺术的维度，另外一个是 NFT 它作为一种工具和方式，可以帮艺术家来做的这个确权和转移。其实 generative art 最早的这个生成艺术，通过一些展览，我了解到是来自于1970年。就那个时候有了计算机，就那个时候就会有一些非常前沿的这个 computer scientist， 他通过这个电脑来做一些简单的画。所以然后我们再看人类艺术历史发展的这个整个过程，你会发现新一代的这个艺术的崛起，它是通过当时的这些 finance disruptor 新的金融家的资助而形成的。
OK。
比如说历史上的美第奇家族，他们是发家于这个银行业，之后通过对于他们当时的这些意大利的艺术家的资助而产生了文艺复兴。然后罗斯柴尔德家族 Rockefeller。然后他们也是通过银行业和石油发家，资助了当时比如说像伦勃朗，然后这样的一批的艺术家。我们看今天产生的是去中心化的科技资产阶级 maybe。那在这样的这一代的人，他的 taste 变了，这些人是 taste maker，这些人是最终的 patron 赞助者、消费者、收藏者。他们喜欢什么？这个时代的语言其实是科技。我们活在这个所有事情 digital 的这个世界里，那毋庸置疑，它的创作手段会发生变化。所以你今天再到学校去，你看到的不是大家再去这个雕塑系，不是去油画系，大家去的是这个通过新媒体科技的这种新媒体科技创作的专业。然后再到说我们最终的这些 patrons， 包括有比特币的产生而产生的这个 internet money， 这样所有的叙事都指向一条路，就是这个时代未来会创作的这些艺术，它是跟科技有紧密的这个绑定，无论是通过科技作为一种工具来创作的生成艺术，来创作的 AIGC 艺术。还是说科技作为一种展示工具来产生的屏幕上的艺术，还是再到说科技它成为艺术创作的内容，哪怕它是一件实体的作品，但是它的创作主题是围绕着区块链文化，那这些都会是我们已经看到现在和未来会发展的主题。所以我把科技艺术或者艺术科技分为刚刚的3种。通过它的创作工具，通过它的展示媒介和通过它的这个创作的内容。那其次我们再来谈这个 NFT， 因为科技艺术它可以是多维度的，比如说我们看到的像 Team Lab， 它创作的是 immersive 的一个空间，然后它通过是多种维度，这个有视觉的流动性、3D。音效、灯光，然后来给你产生的这个沉浸式的感觉。那这样的东西，它是如果从艺术家来变现的手段，它卖的是整体的项目。你可能它会跟很多的地产项目、跟博物馆来做合作，但是它最终的单个销售，它没有办法去做 NFT 的确权化。所以其实适用于 NFT 来确权并行产生链上交易的，是我们现在看到的很多是这个单个以 JPEG 文件或者 MP3、MP4 文件而产生的这样一个可以就是上链铸造的这样的一个文件，来进行这样的交易。所以对于那些对于那些数字艺术家，本来就没有进入到可能上一代的画廊体系，或者说新一代的年轻艺术家，他会是一个机会，因为他有了一个可以去确权、可以去进行流转的这样的一个体系。所以我觉得就是再到就是说科技艺术本身就会或者说是数字科技，它为什么就是会值得被收藏？它的优势是什么
？OK，
它可能会给你，就是因为传统的直面艺术2D，它没有办法展现出多维度，比如说从声音、声效和画面、动作上的一个完整流畅的表达。
对，
那这时候是3D 艺术或者数字艺术可以给你的。
是的，是的，是的。我觉得晴雯回答得非常好啊。其实从3个维度来给我们分析了整个艺术创作在 NFT 这个事情上的一个非常好的一个天花板的突破。那我想问这个，因为前面是音乐家，然后艺术家，那么就我们逐渐去到更加这个低门槛的，比如说还是Yvonne啊，Yvonne刚刚你提到的这个媒体，你在做的是媒体社交。我其实一开始很好奇，听你说媒体社交，媒体为什么能加社交，很 ridiculous。后来想到了网易新闻，我就觉得哎，好像也reasonable 了，是吧？ridiculous but reasonable。所以你怎么去？你刚刚提到的激励啊，除了激励大家看新闻之外，这里面肯定还有一个创作者啊。刚刚2位都提到了创作者，那么 Para 这个项目是怎么去激励我们的创作者或者 contributors？
我可以简单讲一下这个问题。大家提到说创作者经济，其实考虑的都是，比如说这幅画的创作者或者这篇文章的创作者。
对。
我们想从一个更大的范围去考虑这个问题。除了真正去原创的这些所谓原创者之外，在Web2世界里面，其实有一个很重要的角色，从来没有被考虑过是否需要激励。但我认为其实他们非常重要，就是所谓的传播者或者说分发者。我们经常看到，我们看这个新闻 app， 可能大家很多人会有这个习惯看新闻 app， 但是也有很大一部分人其实是会看你的朋友圈，你所信任的那些人啊，那些 KOL 或者是你的朋友，他们在传播什么内容。因此呢，其实传播者是个非常重要的角色。那我们如果从内容创作的到消费整个流程来讲的话，除了创作者之外，那么有传播者和分发者，同时还有消费者。我们希望 Parrot 希望做的事情，就是在创作者之外，我们也可以给到传播者和消费者以激励啊。我们认为真正的内容应该全流程的，大家都应该获得激励和更好的去完成这个内容的全流程的流转。对，这是我们想要去做的事情。
OK， 那看来你们也是非常非常的热爱和尊重我们的社区里的每一个角色。那么提到了社区的话，我相信这个大家最想要听到的就是我们的朋克社区和我们的 BAYC 社区。那我们先从这个叫做朋克社区，朋克社区是这个 Sunny，
是我是 Nick。
哦 Nick，OK， Nick， 我这边问一个问题啊，就是因为你在朋克社区里，但是你又出来自己做了一个 non-style， 对吧？
不是，
就是 OK， 是 non-style 的中文区发起人。
对对对，我就是说我发起了CryptoPunk 的中文社区，然后也发起了 non-style 的中文社区。
OK， 不好意思，那稍等一下，应该是问这个 BAYC 的 Sunny， 对，顺序打错了。BAYC 的社区其实我们昨天晚上聊的还蛮多的。那刚刚我既然把2个社区放在一起的话，那既然 Sunny 你也是2个社区里面这个朋克和BAYC 的持有者，你觉得这2个社区之间有什么样的不同？
这2个社区的话，可能代表的人群现在用户画像会特别不一样。然后我当初为什么会做 BAYC 中文社区呢？是因为我知道 BAYC 的人他比较活跃的原因，是因为 Yoga Lab 不停给他赋能，不停给你招工具。就比如说你从 BAYC 开始，他给你空投一个 MAYC， 再给你一只狗，然后再出来元宇宙拿的地，是吧？他为什么要这样做呢？是因为他不停赋予 Holder 一些 工具，让他可以去所谓对外布导，或者说重新再把 Metaverse 这个大故事，把它再很好的去 outline 出来。但是Punk他可能就比较，我很安静，我是一个古董，你买了我，你就放着，你就放着就可以了。然后呢，可能5年后、10年后你再拿出来，它价值是有的。但是 BYC 它是干嘛呢？你买了，你会去用起来，因为你有太多工具了，是吧？我有地，我又有我的狗，我有 MAYC， 可能我会用不同的周边衍生品去把它布到出去，包括我们做了 I Love NFT 的 product， 我们的周边全是 I Love NFT， 全是 BYC 的 IP， 就是因为我们可以穿出去给人家看嘛，是吧？这种是比较有活力的。然后最大的分别是金融价值，金融那个属性很强，你 BYC 全是跟金融挂钩极强的，是吧？每天你都会看这个币涨幅多少，但是没有人每天会看 Punk 每天的价格的，它的波动可能会流动性也 OK， 但是它的波动性很低。BYC 的话，它流动性超强的，因为它有太多工具了，它每个工具的流动性分别的提供者都是可能有2、3万、3、4万个以太坊，每天都在 provide liquidity。但是然后还有主要是什么呢 ？BYC 的人他更像是创业者。Web3 的创业者，或者说很多 Web2 的一些成功的人士，他通过买了BYC 进来到这个社区，他感受到这个活力，因为我们现在是解决了一个我觉得是上效率的问题。我们每天的时间有限嘛，你买了一个 BYC 进来我们社区，你全部都是 BYC holder 人，那我们聊起来已经是同频了，第一是吧？我们价值观认可了，我不需要再给你普及小白。是吧？我们已经是在另外一个维度去沟通了。我觉得这个是我做这个社区最大的意义跟目的，就是解决大家的效率问题。我们大家时间太有限了，然后 Web3 的机会是很多，但是也是很短，可能一个牛市过来3个月没了，是吧？那你不早点去做准备酝酿这个社区力量的话，一来了你就错过了嘛。对，所以我觉得这个是跟 Punk 最大不一样，但是目前也是属于 Yoga Lab 的，所以它肯定是放着，我后面可以再用起来，是吧？它很像一个 LVMH 的集团，下面的话有 Tiffany 是吧？有 LV， 就是因为他们不同市场嘛领域，对划分出来了，所以他们很有 Web2 的思维，但他们用的所有工具都是带你玩的 Web3 最新的东西，对吗？那这样的话，很多年轻人，我们的社区里面现在最年轻的那个人应该是16岁吧？对，然后是他爸爸买给他的，这样子。
传家宝是吧？
对，然后是一个澳大利亚的留学生，然后我们现在越来越多00后开始进来我们的社区了。那这种是什么人呢？他们已经不在乎 luxury 的东西，他们是精神消费。我要的是一群精神消费的人进来我们社区，是吧？大概是这个思路。
OK， 所以其实很好，你提到了 BYC 社区会更加活跃一点，但是 Nick， 你会同意这个观点吗？我们的朋克是更 old school 一点。
经常被问到就是 CryptoPunk 跟这个 BAYC 的区别。对。这今天狭路相逢，分外眼红。那个其实刚才Sunny讲到了16岁，我们这边最小的一个是9岁。
你们开始比年龄。
我在小红书上面发现的，后来发现他的照片跟我们群里面有一个的照片一样，然后后来被我揪出来是谁的。其实因为这圈子很小，因为现在全球华人的 CryptoPunk 的在我们社区有250个，那可能还会有几十个没有加进来，就大概就是这样了，就是讲华语的。对，然后其实 CryptoPunk 跟BAYC 的持有人他是有一定的重叠度的。就像昨天在现场我都有认识一些我们社区的一些网友有见面。对，有一定重叠度，只是他在不同的社区他会有不同的活跃形式。活跃形式会不同。对，这是第一个。第二个就是因为CryptoPunk 这个中文社区我是2021年建的，到现在已经2周年。其实现场有很多我们这里的会员，包括秦文也是我们的 OG 的会员。对，然后我觉得 CryptoPunk 的持有人他最典型的特征就是他是未来主义者，就像昨天那个蔡文胜蔡总他讲到的那些点，就是 就是非常有代表性的，什么不用吃饭啦，是吧？未来可能大家就吃药就行了，然后就可以活1个星期，就保持最低的能耗，坐在电脑前面。其实我们这个社区刚刚初创的时候，其实经常聊这些话题，对，大家会聊得很嗨啊。未来10年会怎么样？我们持有 CryptoPunk， 未来10年可能我们就是全世界10几亿人里面。只有1万个的那个名额的人，对，但是他们聊起未来会很兴奋，所以我觉得这是一种，就是叫做加密乌托邦的那种信念会特别强。CryptoPunk 是这样。对。
那么你同时也是 Nominus 的中文区的发起人，那你刚刚跟桑尼打了一下，你现在自己来打一打，朋克社区和 Nominus的这个社区又有什么不同？
对，这个问题其实很有趣啊。昨天你给到我这个问题，朋克社区其实它看起来是去中心化的，
对。
但是其实 CryptoPunk 它是有项目方，它是有 Yoga 在后面去做事情，只是 Yoga 你做不做事情都一样。
对，
因为 CryptoPunk 它已经是一个收藏品了，你有没有优格放在这里，我社区都是这样子。
对，
甚至说你优格的人，他现在是那个 North 嘛，就是经常跟我们打交道的，他以前也是佳士得出来的，纽约佳士得负责人。对，他现在做的主要是一些策展相关的东西，所以他也没有去像这个BAYC 这样去做运营。OK， 那对，所以这个，但是 Nonce 它不同 ，Nonce 它是 ERC 721，它不是 ERC 20，所以它是需要运营的，它跟 BAYC 是一样，它是需要运营，但是最大的区别就是 BAYC 它是 Yoga Lab 去运营，去交付所有的这个预期，去主导整一个项目的开发，元宇宙乱七八糟，它要不断的去满足市场的预期，去 keep 住这个东西，但是Non-Style 呢，它是发起人的这个团队，他只有10%的投票权，他们从来不会主导说你要做什么事情，他也从来不会主导说这个事情怎么做，所以他只做一个事情，就是他筹钱把这个道建立起来之后，他把这个机制还有他的价值观维护好，具体要做什么事情，其实是这个道的成员提案去做的，所以它是完全是社区自治的一个去中心化的一个社会化实验，这个也是很多这些大佬为之兴奋的地方，我觉得。
最大的一个社会化实验。
对，现在几乎没有社区能够做到这么去中心化的，完全是由社区的成员，我给钱你要承担责任的去运营。现在说，搞个 IRL 活动可能就算是 build， 但是在 Non-Style 不同，你拿了钱。我觉得未来甚至你要做审计，我前面要做尽调，你拿了钱你要负责任的，去把这个事情做出效果。对，它是这么一个东西。
OK，
对，
特别好。你们有4个亿的国库，我都非常的眼红。所以这个问题问一下遗忘，你们啥时候 Parrot 有4个亿的国库？啥时候发？啥时候有4个亿国库？
对，这我也想说一下，这个 Parrot 还是一个非常早期的项目哈，然后我们近期就会来上线我们第一批的 OG NFT 的这个铸造发行，然后也希望大家关注到我们。然后我想多说一句啊，就是其实像 CryptoPunks 和这个 BAYC 都是需要有一定的门槛才可以进入的社区，但是其实在 Web3 这个世界里面，所有人都可以进入。怎么进入呢？多去关注一些社交的项目。在这些社交的项目当中 ，NFT 也是一个非常重要的组成部分。它可能是你进入这个产品或者这个平台的一个 pass， 或者说 ticket。那你其实可以通过非常简单的方式去拥有这个 ticket， 同时也享有这个平台或者是这个社区提供给你的服务啊，它是几乎零门槛的一种方式，让大家所有人都可以进入到 Web3 世界。对，所以希望大家都关注我们 Parrot 鹦鹉，非常好记。
OK， 好，那我们进入到最后一个环节，我们还有一点点时间。第3个部分，我想请在座的每一位都是大拿了，来这个说2个点，最后的2个点。第一个点是你们每个人都在做自己的NFT 赛道相关的这个业务，那么想要问一问你们最近有没有遇到什么样的挑战？你们自己业务当中遇到什么样的挑战？这是第一个点。第2个点就是用一句话来祝福我们今天大家来到了香港这个地方，香港的 Web3 已经在这个蓬勃的发展，我们用一句话来祝福一下香港。 那这个第一个是挑战，第二个是祝福一下我们香港的 Web3 产业。要不然从晴雯开始。
我觉得挑战，因为其实我并没有做任何 NFT 的业务，我主要就是做一些收藏和投资。
OK， 或者说对这个行业的吐槽，或者说是这个行业发展建议都可以。
我觉得机会吧，机遇就是，我觉得有一个 gap 是让更多传统的艺术收藏者进入到加密艺术的这个领域。包括还有 maybe 是一个挑战是。这个传统的藏家会 live with art， 那大家现在是没有办法 live with digital art， 如何去更好的创造一个家居的适合数字艺术一起生活的家居空间？
特别棒的一个创业机会啊，可以记住尝试一下。对，还有那个对于香港的 Web3 产业的祝福。
希望这个我觉得可能这是香港的机会，是真的可以让 Web3 跟创意行业，不单只是艺术行业，
对，
走得更近跟更融通，然后汇聚全世界的人才。
马上从纽约回来是吧？
是的。
好的。Nick， 你的挑战
？OK， 其实我个人跟晴雯差不多，也是从收藏者的角度去切入的，只是我自己比较多创业者的背景，所以我不甘心只是做一个收藏者。对，然后遇到的挑战其实会我觉得现在熊市说真的挑战算是很小，我觉得在 crypto 做事情真的比在传统去卷真的容易很多。对，然后对于香港，我觉得真的特别好，因为有一个合规的窗口，那以后我们也可以经常在香港有这么一个平台，大家真正的透彻的去交流。就像昨天我跟焕仁老师聊到 non-stop， 然后他也很感兴趣，对吧？然后我们马上就可以在一些舞台剧啊，甚至是演艺圈这里做一些结合。那我觉得这个平台其实就是需要有一个合规的窗口，才会有这种交流的机会。
合规。特别棒，特别棒！香港的合规对我们从业者来说都是大事儿。以旺，
关于 NFT 的挑战，其实我会比较多的看的是 NFT 到底有些什么样的效用，可以让更多的人拿到这个 NFT 之后，持续的去关注你，对，持续的在这里在社区里面去活跃。那这个可能是我们需要共同去解决的问题。现在也是比较熊的阶段，所以很适合做一些 startup 去探讨这方面的可能性。关于香港，因为香港对我们来讲是一个非常开放的地方，它不仅仅是所有的用户都可以进来去玩，同时也是一个非常开放的去做连接，就跟更多的 Web3 projects 去做连接的一个地方。所以呢，我认为它会越来越好吧。
好的，我们更关注效用类的 NFT 如何发展，希望 Parrot 做出榜样。焕仁大哥。
Hi， 挑战 I have to make world-class art tech for Hong Kong in the next 3 years, so wish me luck in the theaters. And I have to make my hamsters community grow more organically, so wish me luck and support the hamsters. And I have to make my sandbox collection happen by the end of the year, so wish me luck on that. Those are my challenges. 然后祝福就是祝大家都赚钱，身体健康。
很实在，非常实在，非常实在。Sunny，
我觉得我作为创业者，我觉得挑战都很正常的。但是我觉得有一个挑战是大家在 Web3 里面都会遇到的项目方，就是流量的问题。还有对于圈外的，就是门槛的问题。以前用户可能要进来这个圈内，可能要下载7、8个 App 是吧？它很复杂，然后一定要有一个所谓 Super App 的存在吧，我感觉。因为下一个风口你需要11个用户进来，你无非要创造一些新一样的东西，你不能再以过去10多年的一个 Web3 的进入方法去代替未来10年，你必须要有新的一个路径，是吧？人家1步可以做的，你别把它变成5步，因为用户成本是一切嘛，跟 Web2 一样的。我觉得大家要解决的是用户门槛的问题。虽然我做了 Chinese Ape Club 是为了把华人的 BAYC 聚在一起，可能你说这个是 Elite， 这是 Web3 Builder 聚在一起，但是我们为什么聚在一起？我们无非不是为赋能我们其他自己的个人业务嘛，对吗？我们要影响更多圈外的人进来嘛。所以我觉得挑战是大家要想的是怎样跟以前不一样，并不是就说用以前的方法再拉10亿用户，我们现在只有1亿的用户群体吧，说 但是10亿是10倍哦，怎样进来呢？谁带进来呢？怎样进来？这个是重要。所以我觉得解决用户的门槛问题、体验的问题，还有利用我们华人的优势，就是我们做应用很强的，我们做底层开发不行，我们就取老外的技术，但是我们做应用层的，好好把应用做起来。你说社交板块把它做起来 ，GameFi 板块做出来，把用户潜移默化进来这个行业，你就成功了。他玩了，哦，原来是 crypto Web3哦，这样你就成功了，应该。
OK。
所以对，就大概这个样子。
好的，谢谢。那今天非常感谢我们的几位大佬过来跟大家一起分享 NFT 这个赛道的东西，希望我们在座的各位也能够有所收获，相互之间的回答也应该有所启发。那今天谢谢各位的时间。
谢谢台上嘉宾的精彩分享，热烈掌声给我们台上的嘉宾好不好？ A round of applause to all speakers on stage. Thank you for the fascinating insight. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, a gentle reminder for all of you. Throughout the festival, you may collect stamps in all areas across the exhibition hall. You may find the stamp area and the sponsor logo page of the brochure, and you may refer to the logo page for details. So with a complete collection of stamps in one area, you may then proceed to the information desk to redeem a corresponding gift. And each visitor may collect once a day. Every gift is limited to 500 pieces and will be given out on a first-come, first-served basis. So coming up next, may I invite Mary Ma, co-founder of Mixed Marvel, to share with us on the Web3 solutions for Metaverse. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause to Mary Ma. Over to you, Mary.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me here. I'm Mary Ma, co-founder of Mixed Marvel. And except the audience here, we also have the community hearing about our speech today. So thank you so much for paying attention and taking the time. So actually, the previous panel is amazing, and people have already talked a lot about the content and creation, and also they've mentioned some of the barriers, like how to onboard all these Web2 users. So yeah, actually, that's what Mixed Marvel is doing. Let me share with our background for guys who don't know Mixed Marvel before. So our core team are from traditional game industry, including Ubisoft, Tencent, NetEase, Shenzhen Network, and my partner, she's been working in the gaming industry for over 16 years. And we've been participated in the projects like Assassin's Creed, Prince of Persia, and we get into the Web3 since 2017. And our first game was Hyper Dragons. We deployed on the Ethereum since 2018, and we surpassed CryptoKitties on the same year, just after 4 months of launching. And then keep ranking top 1 on Ethereum, and also some other chains like Ontology. And after that, we've published a series of the Hypers. And the Hero is another game we incubated. We published since 2021, and it ranked #1 on BSC, and even the trading volume surpassed HKCEC for 1 week. And this year they're releasing the new version, which is on ranges. So yeah, after all, we've done a lot of experiments about the GameFi, and actually we are the first one who brought up the concept of GameFi since 2019, and we are very happy to see it's widely adopted by the users and also the practitioners. So many thanks for helping us to promote the GameFi concept, and also a lot of thanks to HashKey, because they are mostly the investor of most of our projects, including Mixed Marvel, Rangers, and DAO Venture. So thank you so much for having us here. And actually now, after 6 years experience in this industry, we have formed 3 main pillars. So including publishing, incubation, and investment. So I don't know how many of you guys, you are the practitioners in gaming industry. Any one of you? You work in the game industry? No one? Seriously? Okay, there is one. Thank you so much. so you know what I'm talking about then. So, and how many of you will play game? Any of the games, like mobile game, PC game? Excellent. So, okay, a lot. Thank you so much. So actually, we've been talking to many Web2 game developers, including the listed companies, some famous producers. They are really curious about Web3, but they always will ask us 3 questions. So the first one is, where can I acquire the users? Which channel should I cooperate with? How can I do the media buy? So this is the first one. And the second one is, which chain should I choose? What kind of wallet should I choose? How will my users to deal with the private keys, crypto wallets, all these complicated infrastructures? And the third thing will be, what kind of tokenomics should I design? What kind of type of the game is suitable for the Web3? And if they are dealing with all these questions by themselves, so no more than 3 months, they're going to disappear. Because sadly, there's no channel at all. There's no way for you to do the media buy to acquire the users in the Web3. So people are keeping doing AMA to talk to the influencers. Could you please retweet a tweet for our projects and products, promote for us? And also, they have to deal with all these chain solutions and to choose from the hundreds of the wallets. So after answering so many questions from the Web2 game developers and companies, we've decided to make our own SDK. Oh, yeah, so before this, actually, we've always also noticed a lot of needs in this market. Because you can see, I don't know whether, how many of you guys attended the GDC days before in the States? The Game Developers Conference? Okay, so yeah, as just one game developer here, so I guess most of you guys are not interested in the conference. Okay, we were there, and actually people are really interested in the Web3, but sadly because of the influence of the FTX issue, the SVB issue, so the primary market is not that active anymore. So, but you know, on the opposite, you can see a lot of people gathering in Hong Kong, and HashKey has paid a lot of effort to make the whole industry to be fully compliant and to be regulated. So I can see it's a great opportunity here. And actually in the game industry, the Asian market has already playing a very important role there. You can see that most of the consumers are from the Asian, and the population is already half of them in the global market. And they are still increasing. So, and we can notice a very big trend for the Web2 game developers to get into the Web3. For example, in China mainland, there is the limitation of the license, which means if you do not have the license, you cannot publish your game in China mainland market. So you need to go to the overseas market. And the publishers are so limited who are familiar with the overseas market. So the Web3 has become already a key strategy of many of the listed companies in China mainland, in Korea. So we've talked to a lot to them, and we are strategic partners. So we can notice that it's a great trend, including the talents, the capital. So you can see that in the end of 2017, there were only 0.48 billion capital goes into the GameFi field. But till the 2021, it's already nearly 41 billion. So a lot of capital, a lot of investors, they are supporting this track. And also, you can see a lot of different types of the games are here. It used to be just the very simple games. You can know, you can imagine that HKCEC and some like even Hyper Dragons, our first game, it's kind of kind of simple game, I would say. But here you can say a lot of new games are near to publish, like SLG, like MMO, large scale games. So it has already got the foundation to attract the normal Web2 users. And also we can see all the infrastructures, they are more and more mature, like the smart contract wallet, the NPC wallet, and also the infrastructure, they can support large-scale games already. So here is some of the researches we have already done from different diverse features and diverse structures which are getting more and more mature. So yeah, so after all, I would say one of our key pillars is publishing, and we are very pleased to release our SDK this year. So it's actually an aggregator. So I've just mentioned about all the issues the game developers may face. So we are trying to solve nearly all of them. So, for example, it's aggregator of the login system, the payment system, and in-game DEX, in-game NFT marketplace, in-game rental protocol, which means for the Web2 users, they can easily use their social login or email to register and also log into the game. But in the meantime, even though the users, they have no idea they have already got a crypto wallet, but actually they do have. It's frictionized and non-custodian by the chain. So it's pretty safe. And then they can use the fiat on-ramp, off-ramp service to purchase the token or NFT directly within the game. And after that, they can even list their NFTs within the game and trade with other gamers. And if they want to list in the third party, like like on OpenSea, they just need to withdraw and cross-chain, and or even though in the future they can directly list it on the OpenSea. So it's a holistic solution, and the user's experience is extremely smooth. So we can have a look at the demo. Yeah, so because Unipass, we are the leading investor of Unipass, so now we will recommend Unipass in most of the environment. But we're gonna be EVM fully compatible in the Q3. So if you want to use any other wallets based on Ethereum, we will aggregate it as well, or BSC, that's the same. And we also support the traditional crypto wallets logging or the keywords import solutions. So here you can swap. You can do the swap to purchase any of the token if it's in-game token. Yeah, here we are using the Rangers as the chain, so because it's high performance chain, so the transaction will be done just in a click. So here we support over 200 kinds of fiat for the users to purchase any of the assets they like. So this is the NFT within the game, and it's exclusively just for your game. So the users won't be bothered by any other projects. Okay, here if you want to sell any of the equipment, the skins or materials, you can simply list in this in-game NFT marketplace. Okay, so yeah, this is all about the SDK, and some of the partners, they have already been adopted. And Metascene is one of the game, and it's also one of the projects we are incubating. So I want to, I don't know how many of you guys have visited the booth of Mixed Marvel. It's just outside there. And actually you can play the game in our computer. And Metaverse is actually doing the alpha test, launching early May. So it's pretty soon, just the next month. And the reason why we really love this team because they are, I would say, one of the most experienced team in producing and operating the MMORPG in the whole world. So there are three most profitable MMORPG in the world. I don't know how many of you guys know them: the World of Warcraft, the West Journey by NetEase, and the Mirror 2. So Mirror 2 is developed by WeMade, but it's published by Shenda Network in China mainland. So this game is the founder is the co-founder of Shenda Network. So they have already been doing 20 years in developing and operating the MMORPG. So, and the Mirror 2 has already generated over like $15 billion during the past 20 years. So we really believe that Metaverse will be a good example to show how to combine the gameplays with the Web3 features and also to attract both the Web2 and Web3 users. We can have a glance here. Okay, so much for listening, so much for many thanks for taking the time. So we are Mixed Marvel and we are doing investment, incubation and publishing of the Web3 games. So we are very welcome to any kinds of partnerships. So if you are interested, please reach us out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary, for the wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, may I invite Victor Zhang, co-founder and CEO Smart Token Labs, to share with us on the NFT partnerships and NFT innovation in events, sports, and loyalty. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause to Victor Zhang.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here, join us this afternoon for this exciting presentation. So I'm going to talk about the permissionless partnership using off-chain NFT to drive the partnership integration. And I will give some examples as well in the event industry, sports industry, and also loyalty industry. So my name is Victor Zhang. I'm from Smart Token Labs. And at Smart Token Labs, we are mainly working on tokenizations. So we have been doing this for over 6 years. On one side, we have on one side of the business, we are one of the key contributors to 2 open source projects, Alpha Wallet and TokenScript. Alpha Wallet right now is the most forked EVM mobile wallet in the world. So developers love us. And TokenScript is a tokenization framework being used by our own business for multiple projects. On the other side of the business, we also serve as a tokenization studio. So we've been doing tokenization projects since 2018, and mainly on NFT-based tokenization. For example, the first tokenization project we did is with FIFA official exclusive ticket agent in 2018 during the FIFA World Cup. We used Ethereum blockchain, tokenized the 50 FIFA World Cup tickets. And at that year, there are 28 non-blockchain consumers use NFT-based tickets, pass the game in Russia, and watch the FIFA World Cup game. So let's dive into the presentation. So because of our experience, in the past 6 years, we've been working with multiple different brands, different partners, different enterprise to do NFT-based tokenization for them. So we see this space is growing to 3 stages. At the beginning, like the project we did with FIFA, with Karma, with UEFA, they are more like a type of proof of concept without go-to-market. So it's basically for those brands, for those enterprises to test the technology to see what is the future looks like, and then they will put it in the safe and wait for the future come. And then it's the second stage. The second stage is happened around 2.5 years ago. That is during the NFT booming. So at that stage until now, many of brand and enterprise treat NFT very much like a new asset category. Basically, either treat it as a digital product they are able to sell to their consumer, or treat it as a super cost-effective way to do consumer engagement because they give something free to their user, and by doing that, they hope their user to be more loyalty. But in the last few weeks, around 3 weeks' time, we've been speaking with this 10 top brands in the traditional space, and also 4 big agencies who is serving many of these similar brands in the space to see whether they are still interested in this way to do tokenization, interested in NFT, and also what is the main challenge, what is their goal to use NFT or in general Web3 technologies. So the feedback we get is quite interesting. Basically, it's here, it's this 3 points. The first thing is all of them believe next wave is not about treat NFT as an asset. Basically, they want more. Basically, they want utility. And another thing they want to do is they want mass adoption. It's not only issuing some NFT and targeting some crypto user and fund those cross area for the crypto user with their brand audience. That is not enough. They want to engage their whole audience, like millions of their existing users. What is the best way to engage with them? And the last point is they want to see real growth through using Web3 technologies, through using NFTs. So this is very encouraged feedback we get because it's basically fit with what we are building for the past 6 years. And finally, it seems that people want to see something real. So in the next few slides, I will introduce one of the solutions we are building right now, and also 3 examples where we implement this solution and what is the result. So it is a Web3 solution in terms of true ownership, non-custodial. Users have the full control. But at the same time, it has the super user experience. For example, we are able to using existing channel to deliver the token, and there's no wallet required. And also, we can provide better privacy, because many of brands have the concern if they publish the information on public blockchain, then what if any other people is able to read all those information? What if they cannot get the user's consent to do that? What if it is related to PII, personal identifiable informations? Then there will be big restriction. So in our solution, we use off-chain tokens, we use off-chain NFTs to provide better privacy. And at the same time, it's very flexible. So basically, if you want to treat it, if you want to sell it, transfer it, you have the opportunity, there's a way for you to convert those off-chain tokens to on-chain. and then you can do the traditional trading. It sounds like magic. I will dive in a little bit of the tech detail in the next slides. So basically, on the high level of this solution for brand to do partnership integration is moving the integration point from brand to the user side. So previously, when brand integrated with another brand doing database integration, you can thinking as crypto token is passed in between brand's database or in between brand's database with a platform, and then another brand also connect to the same platform to achieve the integration. And on the high level in our solution, it looks like a brand is passing the similar crypto token to user, and then user use those tokens with consent on another brand to achieve the same integration with much lower cost, with much less friction, and much easier to do. So basically, all the brands we spoke with, their marketing team, growth team, customer engagement team, CRM team, love this solution because they don't need to speak to their backend database integration team. Then they can do the different kind of campaign to do user engagement or user growth. At the back of the technology itself, it is using crypto attestation and a little bit more detail. It is a machine-readable statement with a user's identifier, and then it's signed by the brand as the issuer. With this attestation token in user's hand, user can use it not only on brand's product services, not only on brand partners' product services, can also openly use it anywhere who want to targeting those users. And to deliver this attestation token or option token, we encoded the attestation into a URL, and we call it magic link. And that URL can be deep linked to trigger partners' application or open up partners' service website to further engage with the user. And on the partner's website, we provide this token negotiator module for their website and application to be compatible with these option tokens to be able to verify and provide the services. So let's move to some real-world use cases. So the first one is in event industry. So last year, we have the opportunity to work together with Ethereum Foundation's DevCon team. So if you don't know DevCon, that is the largest developer events for Ethereum community. Every year there are over 6,000 people participate. So in the last year's DevCon, we worked with the Ethereum Foundation's DevCon team, developed ticket attestation for DevCon, and also the corresponding permissionless perk platform for partners. So what happened is all the people who have a DevCon tickets, they receive a ticket attestation in their email. And that attestation, as I mentioned, is encoded into a URL format. And when people open up that URL, it goes to a permissionless perks website. And there are many third-party partners, service providers, permissionlessly offering different perks to those verifiable tickets holder. And the user experience is super smooth. People click, open up the permissionless perks website. On the same time, the attestation token is injected into the browser's local storage. And then when user open up the partner's website to claim the perks, that token will be read with user's consent by the partner's website. And then after verify, the partner website provide the corresponding perks to the user. The result of this permissionless perks and the ticket attestation is phenomenal. So among the 6,000 ticket holder, 80% claimed this off-chain attestation token, this option NFT. And among all the ticket holder, 20% participate in one or a few partnership perks website, basically claim some perks from the partner. And they are 25 permissionless partners participate in this campaign. And also on the same time, as I mentioned, it's super easy, it's flexible, you are able to convert the attestation token into on-chain token. So there are over 1,600 off-chain tokens being converted into on-chain NFT across 4 different networks, including Ethereum, Polygon, Optimus, and also Arbitrum. And when users convert the attestation, basically they put the attestation as the transaction payload, and the smart contract is verifying whether you are the right ticket holder and then mint the corresponding NFT, and your attestation will get revoked. So this is one of the use cases in event industry. Let's move on to the next one. This one is in the sports industry. Sports industry always have this big problem, how to actually prove the sponsorship ROI. And the current proof is very blurred. It's basically just based on how much audience you are able to cover. In this case, it's like how much fans you have, because this is a sports player, it's not a sports team. And to prove the real ROI is very difficult. But in this CashMax project, we are actually able to prove the real ROI and to measure the real ROI. And this project is about the top-tier cricket player who have over 7 million followers across social media. And he also already have several personal sports brands who sponsor himself. So this project is already live. The concept is we use Web3 technologies to build a membership system for this cricket player. And the membership itself is very much like a kind of a Netflix type of membership. It is a subscription model of membership. If you pay $5, you get a member, and then you will be able to enjoy like 10 different experiences, online, offline. And more importantly, you are able to use the same membership on the partnerships platform, on those sponsors' products and services. And by doing that, the sponsor is actually able to accurately measure the ROI, how many people is converted, how many people is signed up, how many people done the further procurement or further engagement with the brand. Again, no friction, no wallet, and there's no data sharing, compliance, because basically it is passing the PII data to user himself, and then user use those verifiable data on the partner's website. And it's a provable sports ROI. So the last example use case I'm going to share is a proof of concept working in progress right now. So we have a partnership POC in build for a Web3 loyalty solution, not a membership solution. This is a loyalty solution, which is basically for the top tier loyalty customers. And this proof of concept is carried on with one of the world's most famous consumer brands. Because we have NDA, before the product launch, we cannot disclose the brand's name. And in this project, we use both on-chain token and also off-chain token. We defined different user rights within the loyalty solution. For example, for your loyalty status, like your diamond member or your gold member or your normal member, this status will never be transferred. And the brand won't want you to transfer your status. And those status can stay as the off-chain token. But for all the benefits, all the perks you are entitled with this status, some of them can be transferred. So if they are transferable, then you can convert those transferable rights into blockchain token to do further transfer or resell. If it's not transferable, you can stay as option token. And we are also leveraging the existing mobile wallet already in every consumer's pocket. That is the Apple Wallet and also the Google Wallet. We use Apple Wallet and the Google Wallet as the simple user interface to do the basic attestation token, basic option token management and the usage. And the user experience is super smooth. And the brand and also the testing consumer love it very much. And the whole thing lead to a concept that is the open loyalty. Basically, with the provable membership status in user's hand, user not only able to enjoy the benefit and the perks from the loyalty issuer, they are also able to prove any third parties their loyalty status. By proof that, they may be able to get different utilities or different perks. This is what we call as the open loyalty. So we are about to finish. Our solution is super easy to be added into any existing MarTech stack. So it's not to replace the existing MarTech. It's very much like an add-on. For example, we have good collaboration with Salesforce. Our solution can redirect the data back to Salesforce CRM, and the Salesforce CRM can also integrate it with our solution, and our solution can integrate with existing other MarTech platforms as well. And we believe by providing this kind of solution, this kind of MarTech layer, we are able to bring the Web3 technologies to mass adoption, to serve more people, to bring the real value to the real economy, to drive the real growth and engagement. So this is the end of the presentation. So the core technology behind, again, off-chain NFT and the smart layer to be able to add it into any existing MarTech or marketing platforms. And if you are interested in our technologies, you can either come to our website, smarttokenlabs.com, or you can reach me on Twitter. My Twitter account is @Victor928. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Victor, for your great insight. Thank you very much. Now, may I have the honor to invite Ms. Eleanor Alcott, China Tech correspondent, Financial Times, to give us a closing speech. The topic is Newspaper in an Age of Web3. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ms. Eleanor Alcott on stage.
I'm just gonna, is it okay if I put that here? Thank you. Hello, my name is Eleanor Alcott. I am the FT's China tech correspondent based in Hong Kong. My talk will be very short and sweet because I know it's dinner time and you all have probably better things to be doing than listening to me. But I'm going to talk to you about the role of traditional media and how it's responding to the development of Web3. In particular, I will speak about how newspapers like the FT view the explosive development of ChatGPT and other generative AI. Personally, I cover topics ranging from Tencent's gaming empire to Beijing's crackdown on crypto to the explosive growth of fast fashion group Shein. The FT, which is part of the Nikkei group, provides a range of offerings in our iconic light salmon pink, which I've brought along here today. You'll see our logo splashed all over newsstands in this city. We not only look good, if you pick up our newspaper, you'll also get world-beating scoops on things ranging from UBS's takeover of Credit Suisse, thoughtful profiles of world leaders in our kind of lunch with the FT feature, and also some glitzy interior design advice in our How to Spend It magazine. The FT has a record 1.2 million paying readers, more than 1 million of which are digital subscriptions. That includes readers of our FT Chinese sister publication, which translates content from our website, but also is a rich source of original reporting from a team of dedicated reporters in the mainland. I wanted to take this opportunity with you today to highlight some of our best work on Web3 and the finance funding this ecosystem that we've published over the past few months. That is in the unlikely event that anyone in this audience does not have an FT subscription. So, recently we had a fascinating feature film about the rise and fall of FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried. Of course, Sam found his roots, his crypto roots here in Hong Kong. His was a captivating tale of a young and up-and-coming entrepreneur with a bright idea and money to back it up. Not only was he a masterful fundraiser, but he utilized the media to cultivate an image of a philanthropic entrepreneur who wanted to right the industry. It just tells you the power of narrative and how lots of journalists are now questioning whether or not they did enough to question the kind of mythology around his rise. Our readers have devoured our coverage of his downfall, including a colorful magazine piece in which one of our reporters visited Sam at his parents' home in California, where he was kind of holed away, awaiting his fate, whiling away his hours, gaming and defending his legacy. Has anyone heard of Silicon Valley Bank? Yes, I would presume that you have. Well, the world first learned about its losses on US government bonds through our coverage. In late February, our team in the west coast of the US wrote a very prescient piece highlighting some of SVB's problems. And this article actually prompted several founders and VCs to move money to other banks. So you heard it on the FT first. We're always following the money at the FT, and we've made a number of editorial changes recently to reflect the growing importance of Web3 in our coverage. Firstly, we appointed our first artificial intelligence editor, Madhu Murgia, who has been overseeing our coverage of the explosion of ChatGPT and the race across the world, including in China, to create clone chatbots. We also have a dedicated hub on our website for all of our crypto finance coverage, where you can find scoop after FT scoop on stories, including about how Binance hid its extensive links to China. And I hear CZ was occupying this slot exactly 24 hours ago, so sorry that you have to listen to me instead of him. As well as our new hub, the FT has also launched a new weekly newsletter, which pulls back the curtain on the crypto industry and offers incisive news and analysis that really cuts through the jargon. Turning to our own innovations using AI, FT Chinese has been an early implementer of this technology. 2 years ago, it started using a machine translation software to transform our English articles into Chinese. This tool can translate up to 1,000 words in a matter of 20 minutes. FT Chinese is also developing developing an OpenAI-powered chatbot to improve customer service. So this will answer customer questions about subscriptions, billing details, etc. The last thing I wanted to touch on today is how traditional media organizations like the FT are responding to the development of generative AI. Firstly, there are some really interesting implications for news organizations whose content has been plugged in to train these models. We've seen a group of tech companies using the creative content that me and my colleagues and others have written without remunerating the company for the original work, and are creating products that have the potential to generate billions of dollars in revenue in the process. So, as was the case with search engines in the past, there will undoubtedly be some form of pushback from publishers demanding to be compensated for their work. Secondly, on the role of generative AI in the day-to-day operation of a newspaper, there are some immediate applications which media organizations are already starting to play around with, from summarizing articles to creating automated captions. As with many organizations right now, the FT is exploring AI and its potential, but continues to remain laser-focused on what makes our newspaper great: the journalists, the editors, the design team that puts it together every day. This new technology does, of course, pose a challenge to our industry, and it's one that we really need to grapple with and rise to. We've just witnessed the impacts of misinformation on our news landscape. So what challenges does generative AI present to news integrity? What do we do when the internet is populated with fake articles that are convincingly written in the style of an FT journalist? ChatGPT can throw out a column that sounds like me, but is based on fake news sources. This is worrying because fake news in the past suffered from a problem, a lack of credibility. It just didn't read like real news. The grammar was bad, the spelling was sometimes pretty off. But ChatGPT has transformed the game. I mean, it writes better than most of us. So as chatbots give trolls tools to sound more credible in spreading misinformation, it also presents an opportunity for news organizations like the FT to stand out against the noise. This trend could actually end up reinforcing the value of a trusted news brand. Readers will seek out the original source of news, paying the subscription to get behind our paywall rather than relying on third-party sites. The final and most important thing that I wanted to say on this topic is that a chatbot can never replace a journalist. It can't break a story or offer incisive, fresh analysis on the global economy produced by columnists like our Martin Wolf. The work we do cannot, as much as I wish it could be done like this, it cannot be recreated with the click of a button. It requires hours of diligent reporting, building relationships with sources, speaking to analysts, and crunching data. This not only takes time, it takes skills that a machine cannot replicate. It takes creativity, it takes empathy, and it takes that age-old human impulse to share your story with another human and not with a machine. So anyway, just to conclude, I'm very excited to be here with you all today. Having just spent a few hours kind of walking around the conference, talking to company founders, I can feel this really infectious energy, and there's clearly lots of exciting innovation to come in Hong Kong. And just, to finally say, the FT will be here every step of the way reporting on that story. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elena, for your inspirational closing remark. We enjoyed it a lot. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, the Hitchhiker's Guide to Metaverse, NFT, GameFi and Infrastructure session of the Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2023 has come to an end. However, there are many more exciting sessions starting from 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Please be reminded to scan the QR code to view the detailed agenda of each session. And once again, we'd like to thank all our sponsors, including the title sponsor, OKX and ZA Bank, official supporting organizations, Invest HK, FinTech HK, Hong Kong Science and Technology Park, and Cyberport. Platinum sponsors, they are Near, Filecoin, Neo, Upside, and QuestEnd. And our gold sponsors, they are Avalanche, Bioscene, Certic, DGFT, Dodo, Dotbit, Forbelay, Map Protocol, Meta48, Metaphor, Mix Marvel, Neopets, Nervous, Pedal, Qtum, Save Hearing, Save Pow, Zeba, Waterdrip, and ZKP Lab, and more than 100 partners who have supported the Hong Kong Web3 Festival 2023. Thank you so much for your great support. Once again, thank you everyone for your participation, and we look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.